If we'd start, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, at this time we will. Good?
Yeah, so did my laptop.
I can hear it. I can hear Michael all over the place. And it's close and it's still on.
I'm hearing voices. Oh no.
Bad child.
He's like, fix it.
Testing. All right. Okay, item three, roll call. Start with Miss Scarlett.
Scarlett Cantley.
Mary Viator.
Keith Jordan.
Elizabeth Accomando.
Michael Johnson.
Betty Argue. Patricia Farrell.
Jay Foy.
Burgess Hanson. Rob Robinson.
Paul Litton. Pat Rudder.
Larry Portnoy.
Kevin Battery. Len Lindahl.
I also have Kenneth Lawrence here from Parks and Recreation. And then I believe we may also, I don't have my laptop, so I apologize. I believe that Jason Lester may be on Zoom as well with operations.
Mr. President, Mr. Frank Panlin will be in attendance via the Zoom.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time we are going to recess the regular board meeting and call to order the public hearing to order. Public hearing on Unit 19C. And that will be dropped in at item 7.2.
Mr. President, what we're going to do is go ahead and call the public hearing for 19C to order, and then we're going to go ahead and recess it, as you indicated, to immediately proceeding or after
6.5.
before 7.2.
Yeah, okay.
You just said that.
Yes, okay.
Right?
He did just say that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So we're recessed, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
so now we're recessed. Now we're going to reconvene the regular board meeting.
Yes. And we go to welcoming remarks.
Item, yep. So welcome everybody. If anybody would like to fill out a comment card, they're up front there along with some of the agendas you can follow along with. Please submit it if you'd like to talk about a specific item on the agenda. You can also state that, turn it back into the red box, and Scarlett will call everyone up when it's your turn to speak. Keith, do you have anything?
I'm sorry. Sorry. Do we need a motion for that, moving it to before?
It would probably be better if we did.
Yeah. Okay, so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
No.
Okay. Thank everybody for coming tonight. We have a long meeting, so that's it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, everybody, and thank you to the presenters for coming tonight. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming, and look forward to hearing from everyone.
Again, I just ask everybody to please have patience, and we all work together to make positive things for our community, and that we all have patience with one another. That's what I ask for.
All right, on to item 5, the agenda approval.
Okay, I'll make a motion to amend item 6.2 to read seeking approval at the October 25th regular board meeting, and to table item 6.3 to the October 25th meeting, and to move item 7.1 to follow item 6.1, renumbering it to 6.1A.
All in favor?
Aye.
You need a second.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, moving on to presentations. A presentation by GL Homes on the ATV park and agreement for water operations. Mr. Larry?
Good evening. On behalf of GL Homes, my name's Larry Portnoy. I'm joined tonight with Kevin Rattery from GL and our water expert, Len Lindahl. We wanted to start with the water project, but I wanted to ask what the board's pleasure is. Len has a full presentation. He's given to you once before in the past, or you can kind of fast forward, give you the highlights. What is it you would like to see from the water project presentation?
Yeah, I would definitely like to see the water project presentation as well as the ATV park. I'd like to show everybody the latest plans for that and the changes that were made.
Okay, no problem at all. I just want to start with the water project and just wanted to know how much you wanted to hear from it, so.
Okay. Well,
All good.
everything, please.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that the last presentation that we had and the presentation before that did not include an ATV park. That's never been presented to our board. And I understand from conversations over the past couple of days that there have been changes, subtle changes in some cases, some not so subtle with respect to the proposal for the water project. So I think it's good to refresh our memory on all of that and have a discussion as a board.
Okay. With that, Len, when you're ready.
Would you like me to present from the podium, is that correct?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Leonard Lindahl. I'm a professional engineer with McVicker Consulting. I'm a water resource specialist. I'm a professional engineer, and I'm here representing GL with regards to the proposed Indian Trails Grove Water Resource Project. We're going to go over some general water flow in our area. Excess water that gets collected gets discharged out the LA Canal and the C51 Canal out into the Lake Worth Lagoon. It gets discharged at a structure called S155, and it goes into the mid part of the lagoon. There's a lot of excess water that gets discharged in the lagoon, so much that it makes the lagoon too fresh. So one of the objectives of Palm Beach County, as well as Restoration Lagoon, is to store and capture water that would otherwise go into the lagoon. There's also, what was just highlighted, a control structure called Control 2, which lifts water up into what's called the M Canal, which is the canal that bisects the acreage. That flows east into Grassy Waters Preserve, city's environmental area. From there, water can flow out into the City of West Palm Beach's water supply system, which that's Clear Lake, or it can flow north up through the Loxahatchee Slough and into the Wild and Scenic River. From runoff within Indian Trails Improvement District, I know many people know this, water can flow to the west into the Indian Trails Improvement District current impoundment. Water can also flow through the south into the C51 Canal. In restoration talk, that is highlighted is called Flowway 1. So the M Canal route into Grassy Waters to deliver water up to the Loxahatchee River is called Flowway 1. As part of the restoration that for the plan that was approved by South Florida Water Management District and the Army Corps of Engineers, there's going to be a connection that connects the MO Canal up to the western leg of the C18 that's highlighted in that blue-green. That route is called Flowway 2. Palm Beach County has also recently, as of a month ago, gone under a contract to acquire 2 large cells for storage of water, regional storage of water. Those cells are called cell 12 and 13. They're located out in Palm Beach aggregates. The total storage is about 14,800 acre feet of water. There's substantial storage out there. This is something where money's flowing from the legislature, provided to the county for the county to purchase these 2 cells. So what I'd like to do is focus on, I don't know if, no, it's not going to show up. Focus on the large area that is blue called the L8 Reservoir. That area is no longer called the L8 Reservoir. It's called the L8 Flow Equalization Basin, FEB. And when you go back through time, in 2007, I believe is when it actually closed, the L8 Reservoir was acquired by South Florida Water Management District for the restoration of the northern plan, which included everything that you see here, the Loxahatchee River, water supply to utilities, things of that nature. It was the main storage aspect of that plan. And you can see flowway 1 was defined. This was back in 2010. This was the tentatively selected plan that the district sent to the Corps and said, this is what we want to recommend. And you can see there's a flowway 1 and there's a flowway 2. And you can see that there's a connection from the L8 canal that goes north and south. That's actually right through GL's property.
Through the chair. Sorry to interrupt, Len. When you refer to South Florida Water Management as the district, it might be confusing to folks here who, when we refer
Okay.
to the district. So if you can.
I'll make sure
refer
it's
to
South Florida.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
So due to water quality problems in the Everglades, the L8 reservoir that you see in this approved plan was rededicated to Everglades restoration. So now it flows to the south into Water Conservation Area 1, the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge. So it's no longer part of the northern plan. That was the main storage mechanism for all of the rehabs, that you'd store that excess water that was going to the lagoon, you'd hold it, and then during the dry times, you release it out to the benefit of the environment, to the river, and the utilities. So that was repurposed. So the district had to go through and find a new storage facility. That storage facility is highlighted in red there. It's called Mecca. It's right up off North Lake. It's a much, much smaller facility. And as you can see, when all of the runoff generally flows down the L8, out through the C51, out into Lake Worth Lagoon, the location of Mecca is not in an area where it has the same type of impact and the same kind of storage that the original L8 reservoir had. So there's not as much benefit to the lagoon. So as part of the restoration plan, which is illustrated here, you can see that essentially there's no western storage, there's no connection from the L8 up to the MO canal, and then there's just Mecca. So all the local runoff from Indian Trails and the surrounding area moves into Mecca, gets stored. Some of it gets pumped into the ground using aquifer storage and recovery pumps. That creates a freshwater bubble. And then as the dry season comes, that water gets released into the environment. But again, you're only talking about the environment from there up to the river. It doesn't go out to grassy waters. So Palm Beach County started an initiative and said, well, we support, we're not going to stop the restoration project. It's a large federal, state combined restoration project. However, we feel that there are things that can be done better. So they didn't like the elevations and the height of Mecca. It was going to be a high-risk reservoir. And you can see highlighted that they pick up 2 points. One is the elevation of the reservoir, and the second is that there's not as much benefit to lagoon as the original restoration plan is. There's still a lot of fresh water going to the lagoon. So Palm Beach County started a local initiative, locally preferred options. They hired an engineering firm called Kimley Horn, and they developed 3 different options, which are labeled up here, PB1 in the top left, PB2 in the top right, PB3 in the bottom. All 3 of these, you can see, include a connection from the L8 up to the MO, some type of conveyance and storage between those two, that connection, and then 2 of those include western storage, which now is a reality. When this was done in 2018, it was something that Palm Beach County thought as a potential. this is now a reality. There's 2 cells that provide large regional storage that the county now has under contract. So those are where the regional storage cells are for storage for water that would otherwise have gone to lagoon to store it and then release it back when it's dry. So this is the current site plan for the modified approved project. You can see that there's the green hashed area is the 1,600 acres of property that is being dedicated to Palm Beach County. Kevin will touch on this. The area that's in the south, that's in the pink, purple, is where the ATV park is. And you can see the development that's off on the far eastern side. There's a buffer area that's a preserve area between those. And the light blue is where Indian Trail Improvement District's impoundment, future impoundment is, that's actually being held in escrow. So that's coming to Indian Trail, just hasn't been completely transferred yet. This is all located within Cypress Grove Community Development District. Water within this district, you have water that moves past it down the L8, and then it comes in and out. The major inflow and outflow, inflow through pump stations, outflow through gravity, is through a canal that runs east and west. There's a much smaller one that's on the south side. When GL Homes had said, what do you think about a water project, to our group and said, do you have any ideas? We were evaluating both the south side and the north side. The south side has about 3 foot of relief from north to south, so you'd have to have a waterfall type system with regards to storage. The north side was very flat. The south side also had Santa Rosa Groves, which already has flooding challenges and it's wet. So we left the south side, because they're 2 separate parcels, in agricultural. There's a current lease on that the revenue from that lease will be used to offset the costs for the operations of the reservoir, the impoundment, which is on the north parcel. This is a zoom in of the north parcel. You can see that it's highlighted where the Indian Trail Improvement District's future impoundment, future reservoir or impoundment is. Just to the east of that is the proposed Indian Trails Grove impoundment. So this is going to be able to provide about a total of 3,000 acre feet of storage. At normal operations, it'll be about 2,400,000 acre feet, and then when you put a storm on it, it'll go up to about 3,000 acre feet of storage. I can run through some of the details, but this is all driven through electric pumps, so they're very efficient. There's gravity structures that discharge into Indian Trails, and I'll go through some of the routes that the water can go for this structure. The levee that separates the impoundment, Indian Trails impoundment on the west, and the Indian Trail Groves Reservoir impoundment on the east, that right now is being proposed to be on the center line, so that when that is constructed, it's also constructing your eastern side of your levee of your future impoundment, so it's being built. We've done that in cooperation with some discussions with your engineer. So looking at how the water can move in this area, first water would come into the CDD, and then it can move up through the ITG impoundment, water resource impoundment, where it will, this does provide some storage, but like I said, when you look at the order of magnitude, it's not as important as the storage that's out to the west in cell 12 and 13. It's not as significant. But what this does do is it can clean the water, so it can remove phosphorus and nutrients that's in the water. So instead of having water that's coming down the L8 at about 150 parts per billion, you're going to have water that's, when it discharges out of the impoundment, that's similar to what your phosphorus loadings are in Indian Trail. They're going to be around 50, 60. So from there, the water can move to the east, then to the south down your L Canal, and then by a new pump station that would be Indian Trail Improvement District's pump station, it would be lifted and raised up into the M Canal, at which point it would flow to the east into Grassy Waters Preserve, and then it can be used either for the City of West Palm Beach water supply, or it can be moved up to the river. In the future, when the connection is done, water can flow up to the north through that future connection, and you'll have water delivery that is by a different route from the large reservoirs out to the west up to the C-18 West Leg and up to the river. Another route is that it can go back into the Moss property, which is an environmental area just west of your current impoundment. And then the final route would be that you just clean the water and discharge it back into the C-51 and LA Canal, where it would be discharged back in the lagoon, so you'd have the volume, but it would be cleaner. So the benefits is that this stores and cleans water that goes to Grassy Waters Preserve, City of West Palm Beach Water Supply System, the Northwest Fork of the Loxhatch River. It provides a critical connection. This connection is something that has been on plans going back into the 90s with regards to how to move regional water from the L8 and C51 basin, which has too much water and it's always been impacting lagoon, up to help store it and benefit the river. I showed you the 2010 preferred plan and why it changed, because the L8 reservoir turned into the L8 FEB. So now having this new storage out west that Palm Beach County just went under contract with means that you can really use that if you have that connection from the L8 up to the MO Canal through the GL property. You can take advantage of it. It reduces discharge to Lake Worth Lagoon. There's a potential to improve Indian Trail Improvement District's flood protection by that pump station that would be located at the L Canal. And it can improve the water quality being discharged back in Lake Worth Lagoon, as I illustrated. So the ownership and operation, we went through a review, and essentially all of the facilities that are on that plan would be owned by Palm Beach County, except for the major pump station that obviously is in Indian Trail Improvement District's canal. That pump station would be designed, permitted, constructed, and dedicated to Indian Trail Improvement District. There's a 4-party draft memorandum of understanding. It's our second round that we've gone into an MOU between Palm Beach County, City of West Palm Beach, Indian Trails Improvement District, and Cypress Grove. That lays out how the operations would work. It's all based off of a request. So if City of West Palm Beach, this is a county-owned facility, that's what the proposal is. If the City of West Palm Beach wants to operate this and have cleaner water come into Grassy Waters, then they would request it that to Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County would then consult with South Florida Water Management District, because you're using the regional system. After that, if everything was a go, they would turn it on, it would move through the system, and the water would be delivered. If Indian Trail Improvement District wished to turn on the pump, and they had the ability to provide some more flood protection, they would send a request to the city and to Palm Beach County. So everything's based off of a request. And by that, no one pays except for Palm Beach County unless you request. It's Palm Beach County's facility, it's going to be dedicated to them. So if City of West Palm Beach doesn't want to use this, they don't pay. It only would be operated to the benefit of the county. And this, again, we're having design coordination with Palm Beach County, who's heavily engaged in our design. Palm Beach County has also expressed an interest in, at some point down the future, because they have these 2 large cells, combining this and seeing if South Florida Water Management District would take over operation of it down the road, because you're now dealing with a lot of storage that should be part of the regional system, and if the district wanted it, there's a potential that they might want it, that down the road that would happen. Because of that, we're actually going through the design standards and review of a district project as well. So it's going to meet all district design standards and specifications, so that in the event that down the road they wanted the district to come in and take over those facilities, the operations of it, then that would meet and satisfy all the district's facilities. At that point in time, I would expect South Florida Water Management District to join the party of the MOU, if they don't do earlier by permit, since we're tapping in and touching so much of the regional system. So if they want to, they have a right to when they issue us a permit to make sure that they're a party to it. But definitely if an ownership were to be turned over from an operations standpoint, then that's where they would take it. That concludes my presentation.
No, I'll wait.
Thank you. Through the chair. So if I'm understanding correctly, if we want to use this, you can't hear me? I'm sorry. Is that better? If we wanted to use it, we have to not only go to the county, but the city of West Palm Beach for approval? Is that what you're saying?
Right now, if you wanted to use it for flood protection, which is you currently don't have that use, and this new pump station would potentially be able to provide some additional flood protection, then before you would discharge into the M Canal, underneath our draft MOU that hasn't been completely approved, so there's time to change stuff, but as it stands right now, it's based off requests and approval, so that nobody pays in, nobody has to pay stuff, nobody has to do anything. It's a county facility that then they can operate unless somebody wants to request it. That's how that's set up right now. So
Okay.
yes, since you would be discharging into the city's M Canal,
We would have to get their
you'd want to get their consent. Correct.
Was there any, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on that point, the preference would be, and we haven't had that specific dialogue with the city, would be come up with criterias if grassy water is low, is below a threshold where they need water, that their criteria would be there that would let you operate more quickly than not having to. But at a certain point, when grassy water gets high, they have to make room for that, and they have to release water to the C-17 or north through the G-161, and that would certainly require coordination. But in a perfect or an optimal world, we would come up with criteria where during normal conditions, you might be able to act much quicker than having to request it. But we have not had those conversations nor set those criteria yet.
And as part of that, in doing so, there's also standards of operation to make sure that the fire suppression gets met out of this for Indian Trails, for the M1, so that as it fills up, it reaches a level, and this is part of the ops plan, that is defined. Jay's helping define it. It was one of his comments this past week on one of our team's call. So that would define the level at which point you would then start to be able to turn that pump on, so it'd be N equals out. But until that were to actually be replenished, let's say in the wet season or the dry season, you would actually replenish your fire suppression.
Okay. And, well, just one more question at this point. Was any consideration ever given for Indian Trail to operate this? Being that it's in our district and we're right here?
So right now, as it stands, like I said, the ownership would be Palm Beach County, except for the pump station that's out right in your canal. The operation, since there's a CDD that's right there that already has staff, that already operates their pump stations, the CDD would take on and operate those facilities. Indian Trails would operate your facility, and then Indian Trails and the CDD would send bills. The CDD would be the accountant. The CDD then sends out invoices and pays the bills for the operations. You don't have any costs. You can't have any costs occur unless you receive benefit. So if all you're doing is operating to the benefit of the city, then you would have no cost. Your bills for all your time and everything would be tallied up and sent on a monthly basis for running the pump station. And likewise with the CDD.
I don't know, it seems like.
And that's under our draft MOU right now.
Right. We already have issues out there, as you alluded to earlier, so I'm just concerned for the western area, Santa Rosa Grove, Sunny River Meadows, Tall Pines, how this would all play out. There has to be a serious level of cooperation. We are already battling for capacity. So I really would like to see our district more involved in this, if that's at all possible.
Just on that note, it's something where the parties would all consult, and this is an offline facility. This isn't like an STA that the district operates, and it's not like a flood protection. This is an offline facility, so if you turn it off, nothing happens. So when it's wet, we wouldn't be running this to exacerbate any flooding, when it's, and there's no reason to. It's a complete offline facility you just turn everything off, and that's part of the operations plan, is that, because you don't want to have any impacts, obviously, right? You don't want to have something that looks to be a benefit have a negative impact. So we understand the sensitivity. Obviously, your staff definitely understands the sensitivity to that. So this is not, it doesn't have to be run, it can just sit.
I'm sorry, I just have one more question. I know I said I was done, but, Mr. Hanson, have you been involved in all these meetings and discussions that everybody is having? Because I think it's imperative that you are, so,
Yeah,
have you been?
more recently, they began to include me.
Okay. Please, just everybody make sure that Mr. Hanson is
Yes, ma'am.
involved so he can keep the board up to date on what's happening, because it seems like there's so many changes happening that we're not being made aware of until after the fact. So that, because this has a huge impact on our district, it is important, and he is the person that really needs to know, along with Mr. Foy, so they can report back to us and let us know what's going on, because a lot of us aren't aware of some of these changes, so I appreciate that. Thank
Okay.
you.
To the chair. I just need to have some clarification on this. From what I can understand, when GL Homes bought this property a while back from one of the orange groves, and when we started talking about the land swap, it was to give Indian Trail 640 acres that was going to be ours to use for drainage and retention of water. And now what I'm listening to is it's like we're being cut totally out of the picture, and South Florida Water Management and West Palm Beach and Palm Beach County is now benefiting from this 640 acres. Am I right or wrong here? Did I lose something along the way?
You lost something along the way, sorry. For the record, Kevin Rattery with GL Homes. The 640 acres that was under the original development order to be conveyed to the Indian Trail Improvement District is still the same 640 acres that's being conveyed to the Indian Trail Improvement District. The only part of discussion that has been going on is GL is building an impoundment area to the east of your 640 acres, and eventually the district will, sorry, I apologize, the Indian Trail Improvement District will be building an impoundment area to the, on your 640 acres, so we share a common property line. So the discussion was building a single berm that effectively is our west side and your east side, so that when the Indian Trail Improvement District eventually gets to building their impoundment area, the eastern side is already done.
So we still getting the 640 acres?
That is correct.
And when will we get that?
The deed is in escrow. There was an agreement executed between GL Homes and the Indian Trail Improvement District. Doing pretty good. That agreement's been executed by the parties. It basically set the criteria up for when the deed gets released from escrow. It was a combination of factors. You've done the design, you've done the permitting, you've actually got the money available in your coffers to do the improvement, then the deed gets released. But it is already in escrow.
You're not going to do it for us while you're doing your path?
Excuse me?
You're not going to do it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I gotta speak for my residents. Any way we can get some extra help is appreciated. Thank you.
I just want to piggyback a little bit off of what he just said. Could you repeat what would help us get this out of escrow? What did you say we need to do?
It was, there was a series of criteria, and I'm just doing this from memory, so maybe Mary can help me if she remembers, but one of the criteria was that you have designed, permitted the improvement, that the improvement has been funded in your 5-year capital plan, or whatever your capital plan is, however you fund your projects. Upon those two conditions precedent, the deed would be released from escrow. And the concept was, obviously right now that property is a farming operation under lease with Hunley Farms. The district did not want to have title to that property where effectively you're paying CDD taxes, you're paying, to maintain the property when you're not using the property for your intended purpose. So the agreement was we would put the deed in escrow, so the deed was there, and then when the district met those criteria, the deed would be released.
All right.
Okay, so, shared berm. Where is the shared berm going to be located at? Because I was part of the initial discussions of this. My understanding was the shared berm was going to be half on our property, half on your property. I heard some suggestion that it may end up being all on our property. Okay, because we object to that. That would actually reduce the amount of water that we could store in the 640 acres. So a shared berm is preferable, or all on your property. So, okay. I have a lot of things about the MOU, but I'll bring that up later. I don't want to waste time tonight about the MOU and the operations standards, because I've got to have a technical conversation with Jay, and I'm going to request later that we have a workshop to be discussing that a little bit in more detail, because I think a lot of the people, were you here when we negotiated the GL deal? The initial one, yeah. Okay, so at least 3 board members are new and haven't gone through this process. So there's a couple things that are not addressed in the MOU that stand out to me. One of them has to do with the location of the berm. The other one has to do with testing of the water and ensuring that we don't end up in a situation where now our canals are contaminated from moving water. So how are we going to address that? What is the procedures going to be in that regard? I noticed that the Moss property is referred to as if it's existing and a permanent structure. However, we have a temporary pump there, and it was a pilot project, and we have not received approval. I know that we've submitted data, and we're waiting to hear back from FWC on whether or not we're moving forward with the next phase, which would be a permanent pump station, wouldn't it be? Or Jay?
Probably more testing before they would allow something permanent.
Right. So ultimately, that's something that we've always wanted to do, but it's as part of that MOU, and that part for Indian Trail that I don't want to lose sight of. The benefit of the Moss property was to address the insufficient drainage that the district has in the M1 basin. And in the MOU, it specifically says that during a storm situation, we would not be able to drain into the ITG impoundment. So we wouldn't get any drainage benefit with respect to that. If our 640 acres is built, then we'd have some benefit there. But the Moss project was always supposed to help offset the insufficient drainage that we have, which remind me, Jay, what is the drainage permit that we have, and what are we short? What do we need to solve our 100-year drainage problem that we don't have sufficient permits for? Let's just put that on the record for everyone.
The quick answer in the M1 basin is we have 274 CFS allowed to L8, and in we can discharge to C51 until certain stages are hit. And we're supposed to get at least 200, but we can be put under emergency order and not discharge. So we get 274 CFS for sure.
What do we need for the M1 upper and lower?
The defined level of service requires 1,100 CFS.
1,100 CFS.
Yes.
So it's possible that in a 100-year storm situation, we only have 274 CFS. So this is not your fault, but all of us have been around for a while. And you know that every plan that gets talked about, it always starts out with Indian Trail being a partner, and we're gonna get some benefit from it. And by the time we're done, we're left out, we're not getting any benefit. And I'm very concerned right now that we're gonna end up in the same place here. And especially when I read that we're gonna have to get permission from the county now to discharge into the M Canal, which currently we can call up the city of West Palm Beach, they make a phone call to South Florida, and it's done like that. We've had to do it at least twice since I've been on the board to drain into them. And we haven't been charged for doing that. So I also don't think we should have to pay to do that for drainage. The other thing is that there could be a situation where City of West Palm Beach takes more out of our canals than actually came from the ITG project. But ITID is not going to see a benefit for that, from what I see in this. And these are notes, so you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, or
I think that's equal in, equal out.
right.
But we'll make sure that's clarified.
Okay. The M Canal discharge, there's two. There's a pump, and then there's a weir, where if the M Canal is, and these are all things, a weir in particular, I remember a discussion of a pump. I do not recall the discussion of a weir wherein ITID is going to be taking overflow water from the M Canal. And I'm at a loss as to what level they would have to be at, because the M Canal, they hold their water, even in wet season, even when there's a storm coming, we've had to call them and ask them to bring that down. How high will that be before it starts coming over into our canal, and now we're taking water from them? So that's a concern. Right now, we don't have that as an issue. It's not supposed to impact us, I understand that, but the way that their canals are operated, there could be a situation where we end up taking water on from them, and just from the overflow. So do you want to address that?
Yeah, at the pump station that's on the L Canal that pumps into the M Canal, you also have the ability to move water from the M Canal back into the L Canal. So what we'll do is make sure that we put in more specific criteria, if it's not clear, to make sure that the conditions at which point that would actually be able to occur, so that there would be no impact in Indian Trails. And again, that would be based off of a request then to Indian Trails.
Right.
So this is all based off request and cooperation,
Right.
cooperation. Otherwise, right, so that would be based off of the county, for example, making a request to move water. And the reason why that was there was to provide a potential alternate route, also to get water up through that Flowway 2
Right.
connection potentially.
That's a
So
future-
that's down the
yeah.
road, but you're going to have the ability to move water back up to the north. So you're right, we'll make sure, if it's not clear enough, that we clarify it, and there's conditions.
Okay.
And just want to point to address your issue about the overtopping. It's a bottom opening gate with enough height that the water would come over the levee before it goes over the gate. So it's not going to act as a weir. It's-
Okay, all right. Jay, we have an outfall to the LA. Every time we get this presentation, I'm always surprised to hear that, this has been a longstanding problem for South Florida and the Army Corps in how they're going to get water from the L8 to these other systems. The MO, the M0, which I call MO, has a connection to the L8. We do not have, we have to redo the weir there, right? We don't have a pump, but we have a connection. We've always had a connection. So why hasn't that been part, or was that part of previous plans to put a pump there?
No, I don't recall that being part of the plan to pump backwards. It's been coming from the south up, not coming through our canal. But that, you're right, that has not been discussed. The water level difference, we hold our impoundment 20 to 21, and GVD and L8 is 12 to 14, so you have to pump it quite a vertical distance.
It would be, as Jay says, it would require a lot of replumbing to lift it, and then to redo your structure to allow that to go into the impoundment, and then get into the, and then get to the M0 canal. You could probably do it with one pump, but it would take a whole lot of replumbing. And the concern there would be that in that process, you wouldn't retain your storage volume in your impoundment. You'd actually, to retain your storage volume, you'd have to have a separate canal to get around your impoundment. Otherwise, you'd be filling your impoundment to shove water north, which would take away your storage.
We have to pump to go west now, is
Yes.
this, right? Yeah, okay. I just want to throw this out there, not to throw, this has nothing to do with this, but as an aside, Mr. Lynn, and maybe with all your thinking caps, you know, we're going to be spending money, and there's something on our agenda tonight regarding the zero outfall. We've talked about variations of what that should be, including a pump that would go the other way. And if there's a way to do that where it makes sense in consideration of all the other projects, I think we should consider that. Okay.
Through the chair, I believe, Ms. Argy, you might be remembering the conversation when Drew Bartlett came here to take a tour. He did ask in concept whether or not the Indian Trail Improvement District, and Drew Bartlett is with South Florida Water Management District. He's the executive director, just for the record.
Right.
He did ask if we would be open to doing some level of reverse pumping through the M0 canal
Right.
and through the impoundment.
Right.
Because
And
he
so
was
if we-
looking at it
If we
from-
had a pump there, we could actually pump water into the MO directly from, or into the MOS from the MO.
Yeah, and I believe South Florida actually wanted it to go through our impoundment because they felt that it would clean the water and then push it through the rest of the way to the north areas.
Through the chair, the most likely plumbing that Paul was referring to would be a pump at L8 to get it into our MO canal, a pump at the end of the MO canal to get into our reservoir. Currently, we don't have a way to get it from the reservoir back east.
Yep.
We just have a pump, so we would need some type of structure there as well. So that plumbing doesn't exist along with the MO canal from our impoundment to L8 is not sufficient to carry the full 1100 CFS, but it's probably sufficient to carry the environmental supplies that they're talking about.
Because they're talking about 150 CFS,
Yeah,
which
but
is,
it's a lot less than what we have, but those are the three major components that you have to consider if you wanted to pump from LA back to C18.
Okay. So, Len, did you say that it was the county that wants South Florida Water Management to run or be in control?
The county has expressed a desire down the road, and jump in and correct me if I'm misstating something, Paul, but the county has expressed a desire to the South Florida Water Management District that since they have all these new facilities coming on, that they would like at some point in time the potential to transfer that to the district at some point, the potential at some point.
South Florida Water Management
Correct.
District.
To South Florida Water, yes.
I'll just follow up on Len's point. Pat Rutter, Assistant County Administrator. Ultimately, Board of County Commissioners will make that decision. That's, as we're working through the MOU and other points, we're not looking for that to be taken up when they contemplate this, final action in October. We've spent the past year or so just working to get to this point. With that, Len covered it well in his presentation. This is a regional issue. It's a regional nature. It's a regional benefit as well, notwithstanding the geographical location, but the ultimate purpose of it is to that. We've had initial discussions with the Water Management District, but fully understand that there are other entities out there in the world, starting with us, who would be the owners of this initially. So we will continue to have those discussions and work with the board and present those options to them, and they'll ultimately make that decision.
All right. What if there's a situation where there's water that you can't get rid of, and there's a storm coming in the ITG impoundment? So
So
it's
the IT.
24 hours before you shut it down.
Right. So that's why there is, the ITG impoundment is considered a minor impoundment. So it's actually only going to have 3 feet of water in it.
Right.
The levees are, you're good, when
That
you
was-
put when you put the design storm on it, it will go up to 4 feet, but then it'll bleed back down based on its allowable discharge based off the basin. So its permanent pool, the highest that you'll be able to hold it is 3 feet. And then when the design storm comes in, you'd have 4 feet. There's freeboard with regards to over that 4 feet, and there's analysis with regards to wave run up and everything with regards to that for the levee and the direction that the storm comes in, the longest fetch, the longest reach that you have to build a wave, all that analysis, gets looked at with regards to the levee height. But this is a minor impoundment. There's canals that go all the way around it. So there is designed so that it can accept all of that storm, and if it discharges back into the CDD. That's the overflow.
Okay. So I saw on your map you had Santa Rosa Groves there, but there's actually 3 other 640 parcels or 480 that are agriculture that are not owned by GL Homes, and the other 2, 1,200 acres by FPL, which is the solar farms. So would there be a situation where they would be affected by it? No.
It's all based on the current allowable discharge, correct?
Okay. I have a question for legal to consider, and you don't have to answer this right now, but is there some risk that if South Florida Water Management were to take over the project and everything is contingent on using ITID infrastructure, I keep hearing this as a regional solution and a regional system, but yet it's a regional system that's relying on our canals and infrastructure. So I'd like a legal opinion when we come back for the MOU discussion on that.
To review from that perspective.
Yes, yeah. And then I already brought up the city of West Palm Beach. And I would just like to, one thing on the MOU and the 24-hour pre-storm, for there to be, if there's a need for ITID where we need additional drainage, right now, 24 hours pre-storm, it's being shut down, and then I can't remember what it said after the storm, but if there's room in that system, I don't know why ITID couldn't also put water into that system. I mean, if there's room, if there's a possibility. So that's again something that we can come back and discuss as part of the MOU. There are some things that I've talked with Burgess about that I understand that we're not finalizing, Mr. Rutter, the MOU right now, but there's some critical things that I think are the interests of the district, that if we're going to continue to support the GL property or proposal, that we need to have those assurances, and either the MOU becomes a part of the development order, or the MOU, or the specific criteria that we support and agree to will be included in the conditions of the development order. And I think everybody can understand why, and it goes right back to where I started in terms of us having insufficient drainage, always being a partner, but being left out of the benefits. So on the 640 acres, yes, there were conditions that were put on that. There were conditions that GL you put on, and they became part of your development order. I don't think it should matter to you whether or not we have our financing in place or our designs in place, if you truly are donating that 640 acres to the district, which is held in escrow, we can't do anything with it until we meet that criteria. And the other condition that was part of that development order or that agreement with GL for that 640 acres was that there be a 1-year notification, as I recall, to the farmer if it was still under lease. So, given all of that, I don't see any reason why GL, first of all, I'm going to state what I've always stated. I would like GL to pay to build the 640 acres. I think that that is more beneficial to the residents in our community, every single one of them that live in the M1 basin. The price tag 6 years ago was $50 million to get the full potential. $20 million is what we think it's at to do the surface water management. And that's only for the M1 basin residents, so it's not spread district-wide. That's an enormous burden on those residents. And we want to be willing partners. We want to be cooperative. We don't want to be naysayers. But at the same time, we have to protect our community. We're on wells, we're on septic, and we don't want to be in a situation where we're forcing our residents to be on county water, even though there are people who would like to force us on county water and on sewers. That's not something that is palatable to probably 95% of the people in our community. And right now, water is available by choice within certain locations. If people want it, then they have to, work to get it. But to be forced to it would be a major problem. So I'm looking big picture and long term, and but I also, first and foremost, the drainage is our priority and our biggest need and the most expensive thing to the district, the biggest problem. And it's a problem that we don't think about until there's a storm on us. And it's a problem that people are still scarred from 2012 from Tropical Storm Isaac. So having said all that, I'm going to just rephrase the request that I've heard my colleagues up here state, and that is that we would like the 640 acres to us with no conditions. And if you can get that done, I don't see any reason why you can't. It's part of the agreement that we had, the conditions. We can amend that agreement and start that notification process to the farmer, then that's great. Because I think once we have it, I think then, and over the next year, ITID can work on the engineering plans, and we can actually do some of that drainage work in-house to give us some benefit, rather than having to wait until we can borrow money and hire a contractor and do all of that. So that would be a benefit to us. And I gotta say, I'm really disappointed that I had to be watching the county commission meeting to learn that there was something negotiated as a part of this project that undermines the very reason why this district has supported your project all along. And so I'm going to reiterate that for the people who are not aware. ITID has always supported GL's proposal, land swap, because it would reduce units of development, which would reduce traffic on our roads, ITID roads, as well as on the regional roads, which everybody that lives here knows is insufficient. That's why we've supported it. We supported this latest proposal because there was going to be this water project, but in addition, that other land was going to be kept in agriculture. Now we're giving land for an ATV park that turns out is more of a campground with 55 RV, and you're going to do a presentation on that, so I'm preempting this, but I'm on a roll right now, so I'll just give it all. So it's a campground with trails, with future expansion, 55 RVs, 25 tent spots. It's in a residential area that will generate traffic. It's not going to solve our ATV problem in this community. It's going to add traffic rather than reduce traffic. So, like I said, very disappointed that we were not consulted on that, that our board wasn't able to take a position on that before that went to the county commission. And Mr. Portnoy, you know where I stand with this, okay? Our community has for years been ignored or made promises, and there is a feeling that developers make promises and then they just keep coming back and changing it and changing it and changing it until what we agreed and what we supported, it looks nothing like it, okay? We never in a million years imagined that we were going to have to deal with an ATV park in our community, period, dot. So I object to it. I don't know what the position is of the rest of my colleagues, but I wholly object to it being built. I think that land should be used in agriculture, or it should be used for water storage. It should not be built on. And by the way, one last point. GL Homes, when you got your original development order, your land use, 1,200 acres of it was designated as AP. You were never supposed to have any development rights for that 1,200 acres. But when you negotiated that development order, you got 1,200 units designated from that 1,200 acres. That 1,200 acres was also the same 1,200 acres on your western border that was supposed to be used for water storage. So I have the unfortunate plague of a memory that I can't let go of those things. I can't forget them. I remember it. I remember promises, I remember discussions, okay? Our community has a long memory and they're very distrustful, and I am disappointed that that now has been undermined by what we told the community and the reason why we supported this project in the first place. Having said all of that, I still think there's benefit to this. I still support the reduction of units. But I beg you, if there is any way to remove the ATV park and give us the 640 acres, I'm begging, please do it. I do not want to turn our community into a campground. Thank you.
Through the chair. Yes. Just one comment on the water resources, and Lynn didn't.
You can't hear.
One comment on the water resources is when the L8 Reservoir was part of the plan, part of that North County plan was 1,100 CFS for Indian Trail. And when it was used to treat the water for the Everglades was a winner. South Florida and DEP were winners, an EPA because it settled the lawsuit. The North County plan lost. The county lost the Lake Worth Lagoon, and the Loxahatchee River lost because they didn't have a plan anymore. The Loxahatchee River benefits are somewhat being made up for by the C-18 reservoir. This plan helps Palm Beach County. If water is reduced to Lake Worth Lagoon, what happened to our 1 inch? That's part of the ongoing disappointments that we've had, so just wanted that to be part of this record.
One last thing I forgot to come back to. I'd like to request that we have a workshop, that we schedule a workshop to review the MOU, this before you do your ATV. Okay, and did you have a date for that, before the
October 24th meeting with the county?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think it would be good to have the discussion about the M1 drainage, or a refresher of that at that meeting for everyone. And also, Jay, can you put together a list of things that we were promised or that we were supposed to be a part of that we haven't gotten, and then what's still outstanding that we need to be working on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Jay, I just had one question. On the 640, so you have the shared berm on the east side, correct? And then,
Correct.
And then our impoundment is on the west. Can that be used as a shared berm for our 640 plus our impoundment, or do we have to construct a whole nother one on the east, or on the west side as well?
We'll have to do geotechnical to find the answer to that and see what the water levels would be, but if something needs to be done, we might have to expand the top width of our east levee on our existing impoundment. The north and south levees would still have to be built.
Yeah, just, because those are, as far as length go, the north and south would be the shortest overall runs, right? I think it's a very rectangular property.
Yes, it will be less expensive to do the north and south than the east or west.
So two shared would be a deal, okay. Was there any, I forgot to ask, was there any benefit or talk of a pump from the 640 in and either go in and out of our impoundment, or no? Or benefit, is there benefit?
The conceptual design was to have a gravity structure from our impoundment, our existing 720-acre impoundment, into the 640-acre, and then there would be a gravity discharge structure from the 640 back into our MO canal. So
But that's not related to
that's,
GL's.
there is no current, we didn't include any connection between the 640, our 640, and their roughly 800-acre, I think it's about 800-acre impoundment. I mean, that's an interesting possibility, but that is not in any current proposal.
Okay. All right. That's all I had.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
To go back to what Supervisor Argy was saying, do you guys feel that turning over the 640 free and clear without us having to spend all that money first is something palatable for this project? That GL would be willing to do that? Because you understand, so, we have to go ask for these funds, and we tried to get an appropriation this past legislative session, and leadership does not like to give money for maybes, right, for the testing. If we go and ask for the money, say, hey, the testing is done, we're good, they may give us money towards it, but because of the situation of and the status of the land, it's going to be very difficult for us to get that money. Like, I don't see how financially we'll be able to get a bond on something that, yeah. So, I mean, is this something that you guys would consider? I mean, I know everybody's kind of asked for it, but there's not really been any answer back. And I know we've talked about this before too. So, I mean, have you guys discussed it? And
To be perfectly honest, this is the first time I have ever heard about asking for a premature release from the deed and escrow. So I've pretty much been involved in every conversation that's gone on between GL and ITID over the last many years.
Okay.
This is the first I've heard of it.
Okay.
Short of you just explaining why the land, you might have a better chance for appropriations if the land is in your name.
Right.
I didn't understand what were you going to do with it that you can't do now. It really just boils down to the rental income exceeds the CDD fees, so there's positive cash flow. So if title, this is just Larry speaking.
Right,
I'm not
I
speaking on
understand.
behalf of GL or
Right.
Palm Beach Associates. If we were to consider it, because the cash flow, the difference between the rental income and the CDD fees was a primary reason that we did put stipulations for the deed being released, not knowing if or when that impoundment would ever happen. Would you give up? Would we still be entitled to retain that differential in cash flow if title went to you for your opportunity to go for appropriations? I mean, that's really what it boiled down. In my opinion, for me, and again, I'm not speaking for GL.
Right.
That would be my main issue
Okay.
of saying okay to the deal.
Through the chair.
So- oh,
Sorry.
Can I just Since I wasn't on the board at the time, was there a dollar figure put on that? What that cost to the district, our district would be?
Well, no, because
To the
the rental
CBD, I
rates have
mean.
changed in time. And this goes back to, what, 2018 or something, 2019, that this deed went into
Started in-
escrow?
Yeah.
So I don't exactly remember. We've had different tenants on the property. It's only within the last year or so, Hunley's taken over 100% of the property. I don't remember if it was Piro back then, or if Hunley had taken over Piro's position. The CDD fees have somewhat stayed moderate at $75 an acre, and current rental rates that Hunley's paying are roughly or as of today, $350 an acre. I don't remember what it was in 2018.
Through the chair. So my thought, and I appreciate what you're saying, one of the conditions were that you had to give notice for 1 year that allowed you to do what you needed to do. But it really doesn't make a difference to GL. I mean, if we had our financing in place today, then it would be, and we said, okay, give the notice, you'd be in the same place, you'd lose the same amount of revenue. So I understand you're going to lose some revenue, but it's something that you're giving ITID that actually then becomes a benefit to ITID. Because right now, it's not a true benefit until we have the land and can do something with it. So,
I'm not disagreeing, but when we got our land use, and just for clarification purposes, we didn't get 1,200 units. We're 0.8 units per acre here. So it would have been, what, 960, if my math is correct, that we got out of it. But this was to set ITID up to get your 1-inch discharge when the time was right, when you can put everything together. And that was all part, converting the AP land into land that has density was all part of the deal to convey the 640 acres to you. So I will take it back and discuss it with others. I just wanted to relay my immediate opinion for right or for wrong.
Thank you.
But I will make sure I talk about it with others at GL.
thank you.
Through the chair.
So I know it was mentioned to do a special meeting and bring you guys back. Is there a way that we can get you guys back? You're going to have a zoning meeting in early October?
October 5th.
Okay, and then you guys go to the board for decision October 24th?
Correct.
So is there a way we can get you in sometime in between that for a special meeting to be able to get answers, maybe to, the GL would be willing to transfer the 640 over to us?
Was the meetings, anything is possible? But I thought
Can you?
Supervisor Argy was saying the meeting you wanted about specifics on the MOU. Is that something you want to add to
That's a
the
workshop, right?
agenda?
Yeah, so, but if there's something else that the board wants to talk about at that meeting,
Right.
by all means, we can add that.
By all means, we're happy to come back. The only thing I could say right now, which you'll hear shortly, is we're trying to schedule a town hall meeting with Commissioner Baxter relative to the ATV park. So everybody with proper notice has a
Chair.
chance, because I know this was kind of a last-minute add-on for tonight's agenda, so that all interested parties would have the opportunity to hear firsthand about the ATV park. In more detail, I'm not the expert, even though I'm going to talk tonight, about more detail on the park.
So when you
Through
were
the
saying
chair-
you wanted this workshop, did you want this in October before our meeting?
Mhm.
Okay. So
We have
Can I-
a hold the date for October 6th, don't we, for something? What is that for?
Yeah, we have this,
The legislative.
it was the 6th.
What is it?
The
Oh, I'm sorry, the fifth.
lobbyists, yeah.
It's for the lobbyists?
Yeah.
We're having a lobbyist meeting
Yeah.
on October 5th.
It's a Zoom meeting, or, no?
It's a hybrid meeting.
Okay.
Through the chair. I saw yesterday, Madeline Marconi posted that the town hall is October 16th at Royal Palm.
That is the target date we are shooting
Yeah.
for right now.
Yeah, so it's 6:30, yeah.
And-
Right,
I'm s-
it's not even in Royal
It's
Palms
not-
community,
right, why
but
would
we're
they
gonna
have
do it in Royal Palm.
Yeah. That's wrong. My phone just did not get, so I can't get the.
If I can just come back just for one answer to something that Supervisor Argue had said, so we can mull it over. If the district, if the improvement district was going to take over the 640, why would the lease need to be terminated with Hunley if you're not in a position to do anything with the property?
That's a good point. But what I was suggesting is that you have to give notice. So if we started the notice period and then turned over to ITID in that timeframe, then they're still here for a year. Now, if it turns out that ITID is not going to be in a position to do anything for 2 years, then obviously they can stay on. And that's something that can be negotiated with the district. Well, they have the lease. If you want the funds, you can have the funds.
I was gonna say that, I mean, if that's the sticking point that.
It's not the sticking point. I'm looking out for the Hunleys because it completely alters their farming operations and what they grow. Because when they grow cane and they rotate their crops on this property, it's not a one-year harvest. So if we're giving them premature notice, it's not fair to them. So I'm looking out for their behalf, irrespective of who their landlord is. They've been a great tenant, they're a great farming family, and they deserve to be able to run their business without interruption when there's no other purpose or use for the land.
Mr. Portnoy, we always said that as a part of the condition, we were not going to be trying to disrupt a farmer's operation. So if you come back to us and say, you know, we've reviewed this and Hunley Farms would need 2 years, then that's fine. Let's do 2 years. Let's figure out the details of doing that. We're closer to getting to where we need to be, and the district can deal with that. As
Indian Trails has always been willing to
Yeah.
keep their side of the bargain. It's others that don't.
yeah, so but if
But
we
for the
had our
record, I'm not
finance-
aware of anything GL has not kept 100% of our side of the bargain.
If we
I
had-
understand you weren't aware when this pre-discussion of an ATV park came out, but I have been very forthright up front with everything we have done, and I'm not aware of us. We are not Minto. I know ITID ran into issues with Minto, but I'm not aware of a single thing that we have gone back on our word on, notwithstanding what you've alluded to on multiple occasions. And you and I talk a lot. We've had a great relationship, and I'm
And yet-
surprised to hear this from you.
And yet, I was not told about an ATV park, the district was not told about an ATV park, and it totally undermines the reason why we support your proposal.
With that, would you like my presentation?
Yes, let's see that. And I just want to remind you, if we had our financing in place right now and we met all those conditions, you'd have to give the notice under the current conditions.
Similar to every other agreement, if the terms of that escrow agreement were adhered to, we would give the property up as we are required.
And I'm requesting that you
But the agreement is
amend the
required, not
terms to
requested.
the
I hear you.
agreement, Mr. Portnoy.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah, this one different. This one? I was looking for the thing.
Before Larry gets started, this is a massive file, so it's going to take it a minute to generate on your system. So I'll let him talk, but just FYI for you while you're not seeing a picture.
Should have been moving it over.
Okay. I wanted to take a few minutes here and kind of discuss the origin of the ATV park and how we got from a May 3rd transmittal hearing to where we are today. On May 3rd, the Board of County Commissioners voted 5-2 to transmit our proposal to the state for further review, and there was an extra condition added to it that GL dedicate 200 acres of land and come back prior to adoption with a conceptual plan and commitments to what improvements would be put onto this property. We had conversations with Commissioner Baxter, and she told us of a lot of illegal ATV riding and property damage that was being caused by it because riders didn't have a place to go. It was her belief that if the riders had a place to go, then the other parts of illegal riding and damage would be minimized, and it definitely could have led to the prevention of a loss of life by having an organized place for riders to ride. the location of the park became a big topic. It was ultimately decided, based upon the configuration of our property, that the southwest corner was the best location because 60th was going to be or is a thoroughfare road from Seminole Pratt Whitney up to 190th, and no residents have direct access from their home as a driveway to pull right onto 60th. So it would have the least amount of impacts, notwithstanding it does have an impact in that area, I acknowledge that, but it's far less from people trying to get in and out of their driveways. We are not developers, we are developers, we're not developers of something of this nature. It was a tremendous task for us to go out and to try and find other ATV operations throughout the country and to speak with operators to find out the do's and the don'ts of what it takes to make a park successful. So there has been an extensive amount of research put into this so far, and we're still learning. We've been working with Commissioner Baxter over the last many months to develop the plan for the park. I apologize that the plans have not come out sooner, but it's been something that's been very fluid. We keep learning more stuff, we keep changing more stuff. There's been a heavy emphasis on how to minimize the impact to the residents out in the acreage.
Through the chair.
With the Commissioner's help, the following changes were made to our original plans over time. There are limits on the type of motorized vehicles that are allowed in the park. From the beginning, she was dead set against any motocross, dirt bikes, or mud bogging, as those produce the most noise. There's limitations on the size of the motorized vehicles allowed. There's limitations on the noise from motorized vehicles that will be allowed. She's having us install 8-foot berms on the eastern and southern sides of the property to dampen the noise and to eliminate the views. She was specific for having us place the campground at the southerly end of the property along 60th because it's a quiet, it's quieter for the residents. We're providing, she had us move all the vehicular stuff to the western side of the property to be as far away as Santa Rosa as possible, and we now have a 900-foot separation between any motorized vehicles and the west side of Santa Rosa Groves. We're also limiting the hours of operation, or we are proposing, I should say. We're looking to have this park open from Wednesday through Sunday, 9:30 to 5 o'clock for the ATV portion, and 9:30 to dusk for any of the electric vehicles or the dirt bike areas. It's very important that the residents and ITID understand that even if this swap goes through, GL is still going to be approved to build 2,600 homes in this immediate area. What we call the Cowan parcel, which is the disconnected piece on the south side, our property is basically an inverted U, and then we have the Cowan piece on the south side of 60th. We're ultimately looking to build approximately 900 homes on that property. So that property will be directly impacted by everybody who comes to this park and leaves the park. So we share the same concerns on minimizing the impact, and we've been working to try and find a way where development and this ATV park can coexist.
While he's doing that through the chair. So I just want to reiterate what Larry just said. In the initial plan documents, the site plan, all of the trails were on the east edge. The berm was much narrower. So in the meetings that we had, both GL and the county commissioner, Commissioner Baxter, heard the concerns of the residents, and although, you know, I'll continue to say it may not be the most appropriate place, but at least our concerns are being addressed.
Whose concerns when nobody has even seen the plans? This is the first time the board's seen the plans.
Right, well, I'm talking about the residents of Santa Rosa Groves and Sunny Urban Meadows and Tall Pines.
Part of this.
But the most affected.
No, they're actually not. The people that are affected are the roads that lead to that area.
All right,
And that is everybody in that area.
And
East of Seminole Pratt
right,
too.
through the chair, and I do agree, but, you know,
All
if
right,
we
well-
consider if those homes were built, how much traffic would there be from those homes? We're looking at reducing by 10,000 trips and maybe adding 100 trips for the ATV park. Because the campers will be there for no, seriously, the campers will be there for several days. There's how many parking
Okay.
spots, Larry? I'm sorry.
No, actually,
him
that was a
finish his-
perfect segue, because my next topic was going to be to address traffic.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
So when GEO was originally approved, we submitted 2 traffic studies. One was for the PUD density and the office and commercial, and a second one was for all the civic uses, which included a fire station, 2 school sites, the 40-acre park we were adding to Friedland Park, and 112,000 square feet of governmental uses. We received concurrency for that. With the swap, we had to update and redo and submit to the county for approval those 2 traffic studies. The reduction in the housing and the proportionate reduction in the office and commercial will result in a net decrease of 14,000 daily trips. When we redid the civic, we ended up deleting the middle school, and we added the ATV park with the other uses still there. That ended up in a net reduction of an additional 2,000 daily trips. So with the swap and adding back in the park, it's a 16,000 daily trip reduction in traffic overall. But let's focus on the park. The park itself has 600 daily trips anticipated. That's the equivalent of 60 homes, because homes are allocated 10 trips per home. So when you think about that, you're going to eliminate 1,285 homes and a middle school, and in exchange, it's the equivalent of 60 homes, more being built or less being taken away. We are not looking at that to be an overly significant impact at all. I think the fear is probably much worse than the reality of what is coming, and we haven't had a chance to go through the park, but this is not going to be an ATV park that's all for ATVs. The intention is to make this more of a family-oriented park, a destination for families to come and enjoy, not for people coming from different counties to come because there's no other place to go riding. And we hope you see that by the time we make it through the presentation on the park. As I said, we have just as much concern, if not more. Our financial investment in 2,600 homes is astronomical. We want to be able to sell those homes as well. So we're trying to find a way to cohabitate with the issues that are going on. We've been in discussions with an operator. We found somebody who operates a park in Okeechobee. They are experienced in constructing and operating, and we've been consulting with them as we've been going along as well. We tried to design as we are limiting the uses, the hours, and what have you on this park. It still needs to be financially feasible for an operator to survive. They have been a part of everything, including the restrictions. They feel very confident because they do not have the upfront capital cost to build the park, which is the biggest debt. It's getting a piece of land and improvements put in place for free. So now it's just covering the maintenance expenses and getting a reasonable return. So by limiting what's happening out there and making it more conducive to being in the location that it's at, and with the restrictions and redesigning that the commissioner has been involved in to make sure that the impacts are as low as possible, we think we have something that we're actually going to be considering an amenity when we go to sell homes out here, especially on the Cowan property. So in concluding, we are trying to make the best of a difficult situation as well. We are finding a lot of positives in this situation now as time has gone on. We appreciate the efforts of Commissioner Baxter in working with us and giving us a lot of her time and even taking us to another park to see how that operated so it would help educate us and figure out how to make this one work. At this point, nothing is etched in stone. other than the Board of County Commissioners has given us direction to come back by October 24th with a plan and with a commitment. While we don't believe we have this on the screen, we do have our proposed commitments. They're on the board, and I think all the supervisors were emailed a copy of what we are proposing, the commitments that GL is willing to make. We're looking for the operator to make additional commitments, none of which will be motorized. It'll all be electric or BMX quiet type uses, which will be what goes up against Santa Rosa Groves. That we believe there's something that's really good here, and the fear of it in reality probably will not be as bad as what the reality will be, if that came out right. That so I'm walking away. Is it all right if I stay here? All right, so the layout of the park, to give everybody their bearings, this is Santa Rosa Groves right here, so my fingers pointing north. This is 60th, and I know some people call it 59th Lane, all the same road. We're still trying to figure out what the exact name is. So the entrance comes into the, we will be extending 60th. We will be building a new bridge over the M Canal, so you're not going to have to, maneuver around those trees in the canal over there, and we will pave the road up to the entrance here, which is further about a mile plus west of the westerly portion of our Cowan property, which is by 200th. There's one way in, one way out. We are putting a moat around the entire property to make sure that outsiders can't get in without coming through the front entrance. There'll be a gate at the front entrance, and then you can come up and make a left into the RV portion. There will be 53 pads for RVs with full services, water, sewer, and electric. There'll be 11 that are primitive, so they won't have those services. And there'll be 18 campsites, which will also be primitive. There's a future area for additional RVs, and we are designing it, putting the sewer much deeper so that they will be able to expand and still provide services further to the west. Did I do that?
No.
Oh, thank God. I'm not Mr. IT, so I wouldn't have been surprised if I did. Okay.
This is a huge file. Yeah. Start doing that, you're gonna be staring at the computer.
So there'll be a gathering place with a pavilion, an open area, so there can be events here for food trucks, entertainment, or whatever the case may be. When you come further north, there'll be additional parking up in here for those that are bringing in their toy trailers and their cars to park up in here. We have 3 different types of courses, a peewee, a beginner, and an intermediate. We are committing to between 3.5 and 4 miles of trail system out there. We will also have a mud play, which is going to be designed at 18 inches deep, so it's not going to get something for mud bogging, which would create, a lot of noise. We've left the eastern side, as I mentioned before, up against Santa Rosa Groves for the BMX, for remote control cars, and some other quiet things that the operator is very interested in doing. They're also looking to build a camp store. They'll put in their own service facility here, and then there's another future expansion, whether it be for ATV trails or whatever else might work for the operator. So this is on 200 acres, and again, we have tried to design this with the residents in mind, with ourselves in mind, and with the guidance of Commissioner Baxter. We think we've come up with something which is palatable and probably not as intrusive as most people were originally thinking. So with that, I conclude, and other than Betty, anybody can ask any questions.
I just want to state for the record that there is a location the county has at 20 Mile Bend where the ATV park was supposed to be built. That's the appropriate location for it. Besides that, it's a nice looking park.
Through the chair.
Anywhere else.
I have some questions. So my family, we are campers. We love to go camping. I've been to Peace River, that is an ATV campground. So they have staff that's monitoring speeds and whatnot on the trails and monitoring ATV riders riding in the park. We're certain that this is going to be county responsibility, never Indian Trails responsibility. I just want to put that on.
So the conditions that are being established in the development order for not only the concept plan, which is the land use, but also the zoning development order, establish that the conveyance is to Palm Beach County.
Palm Beach County, okay. Are there going to be, can we put guidelines so that it kind of does restrict how many campers are coming in? Because Monday through Sunday, you could have people coming on a nightly basis, and we could have a lot of changing Wednesday, especially during the summer. Is there a way we can maybe put in there that it's a 2-night minimum, so that maybe might cut some of the traffic down a little bit?
I guess the answer to that question is all things can be considered on the table. Ultimately, it will be up to the Board of County Commissioners to decide what type of restriction that they want to impose on this facility.
Is it a possibility we could present that as a 2-night
Yeah.
minimum maybe?
Well, what I was going to suggest is, we also need to consult a potential operator. There's no guarantee, that the people we are talking to and working with will be the ultimate winner to get this property. But if you are going to schedule a workshop and have us back, and you have other items you'd like us to consider to add to the list of restrictions, maybe we can talk about that then. As Kevin said, it's not ultimately
Your decision.
our decision, but we feel very strongly about a lot of things to protect the area from
Overuse.
utilization out here, and to make it more of a quiet and enjoyment that fits into the neighborhood.
Right. I think one of the other concerns I would have is the day guest riders. Like, how many are we going to be, how many will be allowed into this park on a daily basis? What are we going to do if we hit that max and there's an overflow? You know, one of the things that I think of is some of these springs that are up in Central Florida. Those parks fill up pretty early in the morning, and there's people waiting outside to be allowed into the parks, and there's lines, and it can disrupt the roads. What are we going to do with that overflow? And the other thing, I think, I heard quiet hours for the ATV park itself. What about quiet hours for the park? I mean, campers can be pretty happy people. They can go pretty late, so, we need to make sure we're enforcing a decent quiet hours, especially with it being so close to Santa Rosa and your development. I think that's something you need to make sure you're putting a pretty decent quiet hours in there. With that, I mean, I'd like to see where this plays out.
Through the
I
chair.
think it's interesting.
What are the county's parameters as far as noise regulations, times specifically? Because I hear a lot of different things. So what is the county cutoff as far as making noise? That it's 10 o'clock, right?
I'm
Is that a
certain.
question to me?
Yeah, whoever can answer it.
He's in charge of the county.
He's looking at me.
All right. Well, somebody's got to know. So what's the noise ordinance?
I think the noise ordinance is 7:30 a.m. to 10 p.m.
10 p.m.
But there are certain uses, industrial, commercial, that are allowed to go to 11 p.m.
Okay,
And
so
are
would,
decreasing decibel levels too through the course of time. I just can't remember all the specifics,
Okay.
so I wouldn't want to try and quote it.
all right, but these would be regulated by those county rules, correct?
Be regulated by what's in their lease.
Yeah,
Well,
technically
this is-
speaking, once a facility is turned over to the county and it is utilized for county-sanctioned functions, there is a preemption in the code regarding the noise decibel level. However, the county can certainly commit to whatever standard they want to
Okay, I would definitely like to see that, for sure.
And, in discussions with the operator does have staff that are there 24/7, at least the operator that we're talking to, and the whole idea was that somebody would be there on site to be able to, keep people, forgot the term you used for it, but
Being happy?
campers partying.
Happy
So-
campers.
Campers, literally.
The biggest-
Happy campers.
The biggest concern I hear from the residents out by me is that, one, people are gonna go once, they're gonna pay, and then as they're driving by, they're gonna say, wow, look at all these great dirt roads we can just go out riding on. And they're not gonna wanna go pay again to work in this park. I understand that there's gonna be a guard at the gate, but what's gonna control it once they leave? So are we gonna have PBSO at the bridge, and anybody that's trying to ride in and not trailer in, or anybody that starts riding on all the side streets? I mean, Santa Rosa Groves is paying a small fortune, 81 people are paying to improve our roads, and we certainly can't afford to have the four-wheelers coming out of the park and driving on our roads. The people in Sunny Urban Meadows are even worse off because they're maintaining their own roads still. So that's still always a concern for me, and I don't know how we can regulate that, if there is even a way. How are we going to keep everybody? Because we've already noticed, since this has been coming out in driplets, an increase in four-wheeler traffic. And I think the people that are coming out at 3 o'clock in the morning, tearing up the roads, are not going to be the people that want to utilize this park. And this has always been my concern. But that being said, I feel that there is a way that the county and GL can figure out a way to control that and try to stop it, whether it means more deputies out there, somebody at the gate, somebody that is fluid in the community by the operator maybe, that is just keeping an eye out on things. I think that's the biggest concern that my part of the community has with this whole thing, is that people are just going to be riding on their roads and not in the park. So I don't know how to address that. I'm not a traffic person. I'm not a police officer. But if there's some way that you guys can try to dial in on that a little bit before we meet again, I think the community would really appreciate that.
Through the chair. I'm agreeing with a lot of what Ms. Acabando said as far as, or who's going to wind up using the park, who's going to wind up paying for stuff outside the park. Since we're unincorporated and we do pretty much are at the whim of the county, we would have to ask GL Homes and the county to get together to commit to more police, et cetera, to control the traffic, which is not, it's the county's going to have to agree to provide police protection and traffic control, et cetera.
It also has the impact on fire rescue as well.
Right, and fire rescue too, because we can't, as unincorporated, we can't just decide we want to hire more police, well, we could, but not to our residents.
It's not our responsibility.
Yeah,
We pay
the
taxes
we'd
for
have
that.
to request that y'all work with the county to make sure they live up to their part of the bargain.
Mr. Chair, one quick word. Notwithstanding the work that GL has done in a short period of time, working on development of this, something that just came about in May, our Parks Department has been working with GL as well, and because we would be the ultimate landlords and owners eventually through a period of time, and the concept that's evolving is, should it happen, operator comes on board, it's built, and then at a point in time, not long after, ownership transfers to us. But our Parks Department has been working on assuring, from our perspective as well, that it's something that's viable. Then getting to that next level down, operational pieces, some of those finer details, I wouldn't say we're there yet, but those, mindful of all those, hear you on the feedback.
Thank you. And to the chair. Is this something that you can ensure that Mr. Hanson is involved in those talks as well, please, so we're aware of where we're at with that as it comes, to fruition?
Here's your plate.
We'll keep
Sorry,
busy, yes.
I'm sorry. Just, he doesn't have to go to the meetings, just keep him abreast of the updates, please. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Like Thanksgiving right now.
Yeah.
Can I just add something for everybody's perspective? Well, there's a vote coming up on the 24th. There was not going to be 100% answers relative to this park on the 24th.
Right.
It's going to take us several years we have to go through a road alignment on 60th/59th. We have to design plans for that road. We have to permit that road. We have to design a bridge and build that bridge. So this, in a best-case scenario, it's going to be several years away, so there is plenty of time to try to work out all these issues and kinks and be able to dot the i's and cross the t's. This isn't going to happen overnight by any means at all.
To the chair. And I totally appreciate that, but the county is going to approve it as it is, and then we're going to go and make changes. So I'd like to have some of those assurances in place before the approval. Because I mean, I know that's, it's a tall order because we're just a month out, but what's to say, you know, the county approves it based on this, but as it was alluded to earlier, things change, things evolve, and things are fluid. So I don't want to say, yes, the county is approving it like this, and then it turns into something completely different later. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, right, I don't want to see, oh, well, gee, you know, now this operator is saying, you know, he can't make a good ROI if he doesn't have motocross, which was never on the table at all. Those are the concerns. That's why I'd like to, I mean, I know it's hard, and it is moving fast, and it's moving furious, but there has to be some of that in place.
So the concept that's been discussed with Patrick and his staff is to do basically a development agreement.
Okay.
Where GL and the county enter into an agreement where GL is making commitments for certain improvements. We're leaving certain improvements as required for a future operator, and then certain improvements that are optional for a future operator. But the restrictions that Mr. Portnoy went through, and they're in more detail in the document that was given to you, would be part of that development agreement. So therefore, for instance, on the motocross, we are, with the district commissioner, dead set against ever having motocross being allowed in this facility. So in order to amend that development agreement, they would need GL's permission to be able to do that.
And, through the chair, and this will be in the deed, correct? These will be deed restrictions for the
concept that
operator.
we're floating out there is certain of these restrictions will be deed restrictions. Again, you know, Patrick's probably over there staring at me because ultimately that has to be kind of negotiated with the county in terms of the framework. But the concept was that it would be in the form of a development agreement. We may have certain parameters that are established in the PUD's DO, but, you know, to get into the detail of, you're going to have 3 her bathrooms consisting of X, and you know, 3 his bathrooms, and how many shower heads, and are the shower heads gold, platinum, or, you know, some other color. We're just not going to be there. So that agreement, as you saw it, was very detailed. And so the idea is at least we will have that framework set up in the form of the development agreement, some conditions in the DO, and some would be in the form of a deed restriction.
Thank you.
For instance, one of the things that we have put out there is, if, you know, we don't want to go out there and spend millions of dollars building this improvement if there's not an operator to take it over and to turn the switch on.
Right.
Because we're not going to open the park as the owner of that property. There would have to be an operator involved. The county would take title to it with the improvements, and then the county would turn the switch on, which is to open the park. So those elements of having an operator and a lease agreement, all of those things have to be worked through. I mean, we're dealing with May through, you know, middle of September. And, you know, we've had to learn how to, you know,
how to build a
very
park.
quickly.
Yeah.
You know, and take my word for it, there's not a lot of professionals that do this for
I
a
know.
living.
I know.
This was, you know, finding people that do this type of stuff and working with them.
But the developers agreement will be a public agreement, so there'll be opportunities for others to chime in. What about this? What about that?
Through the
Okay.
chair. One of the conditions is that if the park is used for any other purpose or is closed for a period of more than 1 year, then the land shall revert to GL Homes. Currently, wasn't there an agreed restriction on that 200 acres, that it would be ag or water, but
The
never
cur-
be built on?
The current development order today
Uh-huh.
is that that property is part of the 1,068 acres, which was designated as agriculture/water resources, and it would have been subject to a recorded conservation easement
Correct.
restricting the use of that property.
So now we're going to take 200 acres of that and put an ATV park on it. We're just pointing that out.
No, we're relocating those 200 acres.
Where's the 200 acres going to be?
On the east side of our impoundment, of our reservoir. We're replacing the 200 acres lost
To the north, directly to the north?
to the east.
Or, okay, but to the north and east, or to the east of?
The
To the
east
east of-
east
of the
future
water
reservoir,
project.
Of the
Okay.
water resource project.
All right.
So
And-
there's no net loss to the county as a result of the ATV park. In fact, the county picks up 200 extra
Yes,
acres.
the prior
Okay.
stipulation was a dedication of, 1,600 acres. By the incorporation of the ATV park, now it's a dedication of 1,800 acres,
With
1,600
200 being,
acres.
okay.
Yeah, correct.
And so it reverts back to GL Homes, and then what?
Well, there's a condition in the sorry to be technical, but there's a condition in the comprehensive plan provision for Indian Trail Groves that says an amendment to the conceptual plan requires an amendment to the comprehensive plan. So that land is currently designated public civic on that plan, and so if that, by the way, that's a discussion that we, have not had with the county, whether or not they're going to accept that restriction, that if they don't use the property for a year, they're going to give it back to us. So that's still a discussion point that's out there. But that's a stipulation that we're putting out there. But in the event that that were to be triggered and the county were to agree to it, we would have to go through a comprehensive plan amendment to take that property from civic to some other use. So we would have to go back through the entire public hearing process.
So is there a way to put as part of that condition that there are no development rights related to that 200 acres? And that should it not be used as the proposed use under the development or whatever that's going to be, that it will not be used for anything else other than agriculture and water or conservation as was originally intended?
Well, first off, it doesn't have density rights other than public civic uses without an amendment to the plan. So that amendment to the plan would be the basis upon which the future use of that property would be established. And we're utilizing all 2612 of the permitted density. So unless we were trying to convert it to commercial or industrial, it has no development intensity entitlement to it, but it would still need a comprehensive plan amendment to do that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I would still like to see some sort of acknowledgement that GL Homes will not be building on that 200 acres if it should not be used as a ATV park.
Yes.
I also, where are the traffic studies that show for the campground? And the updated traffic study that you were referring to, was that done recently, or was that?
No,
That was your amendment?
When we resubmitted, after the board transmitted in May, we had to do a resubmittal of the overall plans, and we added that traffic, because obviously that was something new. We added that traffic report, but I'm happy to send them to Burgess.
If you could, please.
Yep. Sorry to increase your workload, but.
I've just been hammering them all night.
That's all I have.
Anybody else?
Oh, there was something else.
So close.
The group that has been working for the past couple of years, that I know of at least, on the ATV park at 20 Mile Bend, unfortunately, their leader passed away during COVID, I believe it was, and so they regrouped. But I had a discussion with them, and it was my understanding that they wanted to have a park that was for all ATV, motocross, side-by-sides, whatever, and that's what they were looking at, the county 20 Mile Bend property. So, again, for the record, I don't want motorbikes there either, and I definitely want to make sure that that does not ever happen. But that's why 20 Mile Bend was an appropriate location for this park, and also to allow motocross, which there is a need for in the county. And there is a group that is similar to the racing group that has been advocating for this and wanting to, anyway. So I just want to put that out there for the record because maybe people don't know.
All right, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry I beat you up.
He survived though.
Sorry, not sorry.
I'm glad we're sitting 30 feet apart.
Public comment, yeah.
Mr. President.
Huh?
So I think that then we would go to 7-1, or are we going to go through the whole?
I think that kind of was 7-1, wasn't it?
No, that was
No.
the presentation.
No, 7.1 is where, sorry, through the chair, 7.1 is basically what does the board want to do at this point, and I think what you're asking for is a workshop and another meeting, correct? So really 7.1 was, do you want us to send that letter? Do you want to give Ms. Accomundo direction or another board member direction to do any more negotiating or whatever, fact-finding, negotiating? So I believe that's what we were looking for with 7.1. So, because at the last meeting, 2 meetings ago, we were asked to send a letter, and then boards halted that. So I don't think 7.1 needs to happen, is my point. Because we'll schedule the meeting, the
I
next
think we
meeting.
can, we can decide that at the workshop.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's
then
what-
ratify it at the next meeting.
Exactly.
Because, there was kind of a lot of direction already
I think we,
towards GL.
I think Larry understands where we're coming from. Any clarification, just give
I'm
me a
very
call,
good with
Larry.
I have been trying to really.
What's that?
At least
He said
paint
he's in bad shape.
Bad shape, finding clarification.
Already about it, that
Right.
it was 7-1.
Exactly. I mean, all of that,
So we would just confirm that it would be
So
the save to date
under-
workshop?
Under 7-1, we just act like we're giving direction, the board's giving direction to follow up, to have a workshop meeting, to have further input with regards to this matter?
Based on
So
everything
we
I had
had the
discussed.
October, what was it, October 6th?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we do it?
5th or 6th. That's a workshop for,
Good.
or no, that's a
For the
lobbyist
lobbyists.
meeting.
Yeah.
Is it too much to have both?
I would not have it that night because you're probably looking at each of the, you will have 3 presenters, and I'm given probably what is a more conservative estimate of 45 minutes, so about 20 minutes of them presenting, and
So just,
yeah,
the following week is FOSD,
yeah.
so it would have to be like the Monday or Tuesday.
Yep. I mean, we could try to do it, but you'll probably be here till late because it depends on how much time the board takes asking questions, because I'm sure each of you.
I don't
will
want to rush that, I think.
Yeah.
we
And you
all-
guys in the audience, just keep it down a little bit, please. It's hard to.
use your microphones too, please?
That's right, we ought to talk too.
Can you hear me?
You don't need a microphone, but they're
Thanks, Bob.
4 feet away and can't hear anything that's going on. Please.
So our meeting is on the 5th, the special meeting with the lobbyists. We have, better, you're welcome. We have FOSD starting what, on the 11th, correct?
Yeah.
So would it be something we would want to do before FOSD or after FOSD? And when is our next
I
board
think we
meeting?
need to do it before FOSD.
So what about if we do it on the 10th?
Or the, what is
'Cause
the 9th?
we're
The
the
9th is
18th.
Columbus Day, it's a Monday, and then we have the 10th.
Through the chair, that's, the equestrian committee is having their first meeting on the 9th.
On Columbus Day?
Everyone was available.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's, the equestrian committee has it on the 9th.
What time does that start? 6?
6:30.
6:30. Okay. So then we have the 10th.
That's a Tuesday.
Correct.
I can do that. How's that for staff?
The 10th of October?
Yeah. I'd rather not do the Wednesday, because then the next day we gotta leave if we go early.
I was gonna say, don't they have something Wednesday night, though?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can't do Wednesday,
Yeah.
usually. So it'd have to, so really do,
The 10th.
Yeah, because I know there's a FOSD conference committee on.
yeah. and I-
Wednesday.
On the Wednesday?
No, I have one on Tuesday.
Oh, so I might have an executive board meeting too, so that's not gonna work.
When's our next board meeting?
So, I'm sorry,
The
just
25th?
through the chair.
It's after.
Because you'll want time, because there's a 9th and 25th comes really fast.
Yeah.
Let's just cancel the meeting, the equestrian trail. No, not the
Okay,
lobbyist.
gotcha.
See, that thing took forever.
Well,
So-
why can't they both happen at the same time? We can have them do it at Hamlin House.
Because we need staff.
Because we're having I was gonna be there, and so was an attorney for the Sunshine Law, so we could do all of that and go over everything. So that was the reason. I mean, it's easier to try to reschedule that than to try to schedule 5 board members, the attorneys, engineer, and anyone else we may need at that meeting. I say tentatively, if everyone's calendars are open, just do it on Monday, the 9th. And if possible, Ms. Argy, if we can, we will move it to Hamlin. It just is usually, for that one in particular, we wanted to make sure it would be properly recorded so we could show, yes, we did give them sunshine law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
training.
don't wanna,
Yeah.
I know it's
What
taken a
about-
long time to get that going too, so I'm happy
Yeah.
they're.
Yep.
What
gonna
about
be
the
meeting.
4th? Is that too soon?
I don't think we're going to be able to advertise that.
Don't we have an advertisement, a general advertisement that allows us to, no?
Things that not on.
But we want to have it after their meeting, right? Their Palm Beach zoning meeting, which is the 5th. So we wouldn't want it the 4th, would we?
It doesn't have to be after it. In fact, if we had a comment before, then it could be presented at the zoning meeting.
Okay.
But
I think it's
Mary, can we
not
make
enough
that
time to
happen?
get it
No?
happening.
let's just do the 9th, and then we,
Yeah,
If
because
we
that
need
gives
to
us time to go through it, and also if
Sufficient
staff
time.
needs to meet with anyone from GL or from Palm Beach County, it gives us the opportunity to do it. And then if any of the board members want to meet individually with staff, our staff, it gives you the opportunity as well.
Through the chair, what time did y'all want the workshop? Did y'all want to start a little earlier, so, or what?
I think it should be 6, to be honest with you.
yeah.
6?
I think 6 works for all of us
Yeah,
because of
I think
our
6.
jobs.
And then other people can make it here.
Yeah, and then the residents. Does that work for you?
I think so, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So just quickly, since we're all here, so Ms. Viator, do you think that Mr. Bill Doney or Mr. Palin, well, you probably want Frank at that meeting, at this meeting?
Mr. Palin is not available that day because he has another
okay.
district meeting.
Would Mr. Doney be able to do the equestrian trail sunshine? I mean,
I would
should.
think he would be, but
Yeah.
I haven't asked him.
So we'll try to keep that night because it's at the Hamlin House, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, Laura Donlin can also do sunshine, can't she?
I don't know.
I think she can. She's done FOSD training.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
But we
it's
could-
cheaper to use Mary's firm than it is on this Torch
I
City.
understand, but if we're
Yeah.
trying
have
to
options.
accomplish and.
Yeah, well,
We
no,
can
I'm just
certainly-
saying, Bill
We
can
can
do
certainly
it.
check with the scheduling for our office, and what's the worst? We can't do it.
But if they can't do it, I'll talk to Ms. Don. In fact, I think Ms. Donlin's on the Zoom call, so we can ask her, like right now.
Okay.
So, Laura, are you still on?
I am. Hi, everybody.
Sorry, she was there when you suggested it.
How you doing? I'm looking at my calendar as we speak. What night are you looking at?
It would be Monday, the October 9th at 6 PM, and it would be at the Hamlin House, which is our equestrian park.
6:30.
Or 6:30, I'm sorry.
So what I will say is I could absolutely make that happen. I will give you a disclaimer that I do think Mary's firm is certainly more well-versed in some of the day-to-day issues and questions that could come up, but I could certainly do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So there you have it.
I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
But just for clarification, Mr. Palin is very well versed in the GL home issues, and he is not available for the night.
But I think for the MOU discussion, I'm not sure where Mr.
That's fine. I
Foy
just
went,
wanted to make
but I
sure
think
the
for the
board was
MOU,
aware of
it's
that.
more about the
Operation.
technical, operational.
And I'll have Mr. Schaefer here as well, our
But
stormwater
that
director.
doesn't mean that Frank can't review the, wherever draft they're at and provide those comments beforehand, maybe to you or in a memo.
I understand, I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that everyone's aware of where we're talking about.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's all we need on that item.
You good, Scarlett?
Sure.
Good.
Are we doing, yeah, we need to do the 7:30, right?
I was gonna do it right now.
Poor guys been sitting there waiting. How long is this?
How long do you need?
15 minutes.
How many public comment cards do we have?
How many, non-agenda item?
Do we,
Let's get them done.
We'll do the two real quick. We're gonna do, we had two comment cards for non-agenda items. We'll do public comment real quick since we're well past the 7:30 mark. Scarlett will call you, name, just come up, state your name and address at the podium, and then we'll start the timer. Two's fine.
Zella Powell? You got her? Joseph Young?
Hello, my dear board. Betty, thank you for talking to me. Elizabeth, thank you for talking to me. Patricia, thank you for talking to me earlier this month. And Keith, thank you. Michael, I tried to get a hold of you, but unfortunately was not able to get through to you. I'm asking formally to request the Board of Commission for Loxahatchee to modify the Mill Road petition decision last month's meeting to allow for half the petitions to come in on a first-come, first-served basis, while the other half of the petitions can be selected from a lottery system. From my understanding, you went to a lottery system. Starting in January 2024, the Board of Commissions for Loxahatchee can have a lottery system in selecting the Mill Road petitions going forward. A month before the selections are supposed to be handed in, the rules changed. Playing organized sports or anything that I've ever been involved with, they don't change the rules through the ball game. If you're in the seventh inning of the baseball game, they just don't change the rules. So I think, as King Solomon once said, maybe you split it in the middle. The people who are well organized and that want to actually get there on time, submit their petition in a safe way. People who are out there doing it early, that's up to them. But however, that type of person is not going to be being unruly. They're taxpayers. They just want to better their community, and that's all that I ask. Just a minor tweak of what you did last month, so that people like myself, I have a lung condition from being over at the Middle East as a veteran. I wear a mask the whole meeting. The dust on the roads and the kick up of dust and the trucks that come down the ends, I just want to basically ask if you could just modify that. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Burgess, did we, I think I forwarded the address of this fellow, I can't remember his name, but to follow up on the number of work orders that have been done on his road and the condition of the road. But to his point, we adopted 10 petitions by lottery.
Yes.
So what he's asking for is if for just this year, that because we changed the rules, that we just have sort of meet in the middle where we have 5 petition, first come, first serve, 5 as a lottery.
Yep.
And I think that
There was
there
a-
was a couple of other
There was
residents
another gentleman that came
that
every
had
time.
already got their
He'd-
petition and
yeah.
they were requesting the same thing. So-
That's up to the board, but if you make that change, you need to make it
Right now.
right now.
Right now.
Well, maybe not right now during the public to be heard, but
Yeah.
tonight, because that's going
So I can
in
do
2 weeks, or a
supervisor
week,
business.
basically.
Well, I mean, we can add it after, on the regular agenda. We could make a motion to add it for discussion later on the regular agenda, so that we're not holding
Unless-
everybody up, but.
Unless you want to give latitude for individuals that can prove that if they have, well, I believe this gentleman, I apologize, I
Medical
wanted to catch the
circumstances. Yeah.
county before they left, but yeah, if they have medical issues and they can get their street, you know, give staff the ability to have some latitude on things like that. You know, we'd have to still fix a policy or change the policy, but that might not be something that you need to do tonight. But that, I'd leave that up to you, if you want to go back to the 5.
I think that's a fair solution, actually.
So we can just bring that up at the next meeting?
Well, I
No,
think
we
if
gotta
we
do
give
it
direction now, then he can
October
work
1st
with
is-
staff.
Yeah.
Next week.
So do we need to make a motion to?
Yeah, because there was a couple
Yeah.
other, they already had their,
Yeah, so just so, because I'm kind of throwing this out here off the sleeve, but what, for the engineer, Rob and Ms. Viator, basically what I'm saying is someone that has a medical condition, whether it be their lungs or if they have like something with their neck or whatever, and they can get their street to sign a petition saying they want it, we could bring that back to the board separately outside of the 10, and you could give us authorization, and if we're close to that block, then we could do it that year.
But it wouldn't guarantee it.
Yeah.
Would it guarantee it, though? Like, let's
If-
say we're nowhere near that street.
Well, we're pretty much gonna be close, it just, because we try to spread our blocks throughout the district, so it could be that they might not get it in November, but they could get it in June or August of that same fiscal year, what we call the program year.
What would we, I'm sorry, through the chair.
yeah, and it's just speeding up the legwork too.
Through the chair, what would we require them to just state they have a medical issue, or would it require something from a doctor?
I don't think we're allowed to do that.
Well-
because
Right,
of-
well, we don't have to ask them for specific, but we could say on the recommendation, I recommend, like, can we do anything?
I don't know, I was just trying
I'm a
to.
little concerned that we're talking about basically an agenda item. If this is something that you all do want to consider, then we should do a motion to
To make
add
it
it to the
7.6.
agenda.
Make a motion.
That was
to
what I was
add-
suggesting,
Yeah.
so.
Do we make a motion to add 7.6?
Second?
Or no, do I have a second? Sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who seconded it?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
But, can you give your phone number to Mr.
Is it on the
Hanson?
card?
I have it.
Oh, okay, because you don't have to stay, this is gonna be a long meeting, so maybe Mr. Hanson can give you a call once the board's given direction, because this is not an agenda item, we just added it, so, but we're not gonna be talking about it until much later.
I'll say.
Okay,
It's not
I just,
important to me.
if you need to leave, just,
No, no.
okay.
You just give it the opportunity where the people who are organized just have a chance? I mean, I can show you my medical condition, but
No.
the other aspect is, it's the right thing to do. You want to change the rules,
Right.
change the rules.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted you to know that we put it on the agenda, but it's going to be later, and if you need to leave, we'll call you, okay? All right, thanks.
Is that it, Scarlett?
Is this the, I don't know where
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant there was more. So that's it for public.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
That's it for public?
Oh, yes.
That's what I was, sorry. No, I thought it was for public. I thought you said there was more.
Well,
It was two.
there was, but Miriam was able to take care of the other.
All right, 6.2, presentation for employee health and other benefits for 2024. Mr. Mark Rodriguez?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Mark Rodriguez from the Gehring Group. I'm just here to give a brief overview of our plan for your 2024 benefits renewal. You can go to the next slide. So we're going to start out by just going over a very brief overview of your current benefits as they are. Then we'll talk a little bit about what's going on in the healthcare industry and some trends that we're seeing as of late. We'll briefly go over your renewal history. And then at the very end, we will go over what our recommendations are for the 2024 plan year. Next slide, please. So as far as your current benefits go, for your medical plan, Cigna is your current medical insurance carrier. The district currently offers 3 plans to its employees. One is a high deductible health plan, which is on Cigna's Local Plus network. That's the smallest network of the networks that you offer. Members on this plan, the high deductible health plan, are also provided a health savings account by the district with an annual employer contribution of $1,125 for employee only and $3,375 for employees who have dependents on the plan. You also offer an in-network only plan on Cigna's Open Access Plus network, otherwise known as the OAP-IN plan. And you also have a PPO plan on Cigna's Open Access Network, Open Access Plus network. That plan has both in-network and out-of-network benefits. And as a reminder, medical insurance does renew on an annual basis. Next slide. As far as your other lines of coverage go, you have dental, vision, and basic voluntary life and AD&D, all with the principal. All of these lines of coverage are due to renew as of January. You also have an employee assistance program with Aetna. That's currently under rate guarantee, which means those rates actually are not going to renew until the 2025 plan year. So as far as some of the current healthcare industry trends we're seeing, medical costs for the 2024 plan year are projected to increase 7% on average nationally. This is a little bit higher than what we've seen in the last couple of years. Last 2 years, it was 5% and 6% respectively. Florida always does tend to trend a little bit higher than the national average. So for 2024, we're projecting a 9 to 11% increase in medical costs for Florida. So what's driving these cost increases? For one, health plans cost increases are being driven largely by inflationary costs, which is something we're seeing across all industries, right? You've heard plenty about inflation in the news, affecting every industry across the country. Healthcare industry is no different, just tends to lag a little bit in terms of how it affects the industry, and this seems to be the year where finally those inflationary costs are catching up with healthcare. So you have that. You also have double-digit pharmacy trends being driven by the increased prominence of specialty drugs in the market. So the specialty drugs are all those drugs you see on TV, you see all the ads for them, if you see an ad for a drug, it's most likely a very expensive drug. So that is definitely a big driver in the market. And then there are clinical workforce shortages, which is prompting hospital systems and large provider groups to have to increase salaries and consequently seek higher reimbursements from insurance payers, in this case the insurance carriers. And when the insurance carriers have to pay the providers more money, that expense gets passed on to you, the consumers. So on a positive note, though, some of the positive trends we're seeing in the industry are, one, there are new biosimilar drugs coming to the market, which may help drive down costs. So I know I just mentioned specialty medications. So as the patents for those specialty medications run out, you have new drugs on the market that are basically made up of the same ingredients, but they're being presented by other companies. So obviously, if you have more competition, that helps to drive the cost down a lot. Health plans are continuing to invest in care management programs, and the results of these care management programs have been very positive in terms of cost management. By care management programs, we're talking specifically about programs that the insurance carriers offer to treat chronic conditions. And then there's also a decrease in inpatient utilization and an industry shift to more outpatient care. So basically, people who are on insurance plans are able to receive similar care in an outpatient setting, which is being provided at a much lower cost than it would have been in an inpatient setting. So with all that being said, here is a view of Indian Trail's specific renewal history going from 2018 to 2023. So we have 6 years of data here. You can see I kind of laid it out by line of coverage here. So for example, your medical coverage, you were with Florida Blue for a couple of years. You did have that big increase in 2019, which prompted the switch to Cigna. That first year with Cigna, it was actually a decrease in your rates. There have been a couple of increases since then, but overall, over this span of time, the average increase over the last 6 years has been 6%, which is really amazing considering what I just said about healthcare industry trends typically being 5-6%, and for next year projecting 7%. So given that that's the increase that's assumed every single year, to have 6% over this span of time is really, really good. As far as the dental goes, this is even better news. You can see you've been with Principal for quite some time, and they have done well by you, especially as of late. You haven't had an increase since 2019, basically. And because of that, you actually average a negative 1% over the last 6 years, which I don't think I have another group in my book of business that actually has that kind of trend, a negative trend on dental. Usually with dental, we assume at least a 5% increase year to year. So this, again, is also a really good performance here. Kind of the same story with your vision plan. You can see you really have not had an increase at all over the last 6 years. And in 2020, you actually had a massive decrease. So because of that, you're averaging a 3% decrease over the last 6 years. Basic life, you've only had 2 increases over the last 6 years. And because of that, you've averaged a 4% increase. Usually on basic life, we assume a 10% increase year to year. So to have 4% over 6 years, again, outstanding. And then EAP is kind of a newer line of coverage for you. It was added in 2021. You haven't had an increase yet under that plan, and as I mentioned, you still have 1 more year to go before you will see an increase in those rates. So based on all that information, our recommendations for the 2024 year are to continue to negotiate your medical renewal with Cigna. Earlier this year, we had kind of a deep dive into your performance as an organization in terms of, chronic conditions and things of that nature. A lot of the discussion had to do around enticing people to get their preventative care done. Because of that, Cigna has actually committed to including wellness funds this year, which the district can use at their discretion in order to encourage people to do things like get preventive care done or do a health care assessment. The amount that they're contributing is to be determined at this point. It'll come through with the renewal. But typically for a group your size, it's somewhere in the $2,500 to $4,000 range annually. So that's one plus. We do not recommend an RFP at this time, as I mentioned, due to the current industry trends. The industry as a whole is trending higher than normal. So the timing-wise, it's not a great time to put out an RFP. And on top of that, Cigna, again, the performance of your medical plan under Cigna has been pretty good. Renewals have averaged a 7% increase over 3 years, which is well below the industry trends that I outlined earlier. We do, however, plan to issue an RFP for the 2025 year. Based on some of the feedback that I received working with your staff, we do anticipate there will be some demographic shifts within your population that will work in your favor, but we won't see that immediately in this coming plan year, as it's really right around the corner. But for the 2025 plan year, we think that'll be a great time to take advantage of that shift in your demographics, because that is for groups your size, that is actually a very big determining factor as to whether or not they increase or decrease your rates. And also, just sticking with Cigna as your current carrier will help you keep your current provider network intact. You don't have to worry about disruption for any employees who may be having ongoing provider care for chronic conditions, things of that nature, or any pharmaceutical regimens they may be currently going under. Because when you switch carriers, there's always a chance that someone's going to lose a provider that they've been going to for years. And not only providers, but also on the pharmaceutical side, there's a chance that a prescription they're on may not be covered, or it may be shifted to a different tier where it will cost a different amount. So in order to avoid all that type of disruption, we're also recommending you stay with Cigna. That's the medical. As far as the dental, vision, and life renewals go with Principal, again, as I outlined earlier, going through the history, your renewals have trended negatively on average for dental and vision, which again, I don't think I have another group in my book of business that has that on dental and vision. So they've done well by you as far as that goes. And then your basic life has only increased twice in the past 5 years. It's a 4% average increase, whereas with basic life, we assume a 10% increase from year to year. So again, also outstanding performance there. All that being said, we will present all the renewals that do come into the board at the next meeting on October 25th. And that is all I have for my presentation. I'll be happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Through the chair. I just have one question. Have we seen an increase in the higher deductible plan?
You mean enrollment-wise?
Yeah.
No, it's pretty much the OAPIN plan, which is your in-network only plan, still has the vast majority of the enrollment, and then the balance is kind of split between the PPO and the high deductible health plan. It's like 50-something people on the OAPIN, and then it's like 8 or 9 on each of the others.
It's 5,500.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Do your best with that negotiation.
Yes, for sure. I know you'll keep me honest.
Hey, I didn't say anything.
6.3 has been tabled until October 25th. Do we still have PBSO presentation?
I believe the lieutenant's here, the captain's not.
Lieutenant DeMarzo?
Good evening, Lieutenant Robert DeMarzo, District 15 Executive Officer. Just going to go over the last 2-week traffic report. We had 16 total crashes. One was with injuries. It was a pedestrian. It was on Seminole and Orange, and they were transported to EMS. So that was the only one with injuries. The other were just regular vehicle crashes. For the month of August of 2023, just to go over how many calls for service we had 1,327 calls for service. That's excluding any self-initiated calls. Any questions?
Through the chair. Besides the traffic report, what about any increased crime or anything else in the district?
So this report's for the whole district, not just inside of Indian Trails, but Actually, nothing's changed vehicle burglary-wise. Residential went up 2, and that's in the last, that was between July and August. Otherwise, it's kind of just staying steady. Just ensure that the residents are locking their vehicles, taking their key fobs out. That will cut down on any vehicle thefts. That's the big thing across the county is unlocked vehicles and residents leaving key fobs in the vehicles, and then they get stolen. And so,
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank
Good.
you, sir.
Okay. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe the district fire chief left.
Yes, she ran.
Yeah.
All right, do we have a backup for that on file?
Yep. Yes, we do.
All right, moving on to the regular agenda. No.
7.2.
What, yeah, I think it.
No,
you
seven,
got
yeah.
Public hearing.
Yeah, so,
Public hearing.
skip that one. All right, so we're going to recess the regular board meeting and reopen the public hearing for the activation of 19C. Is that me?
Okay, there's been a request by the landowners in Unit 19C to create a unit of development and designate 19C. I believe Mr. Foy was going to address it, but what I might do is just do a brief overview of just the process and the procedure that any landowner that wants to create a unit development like we did for Santa Rosa Groves, and I'll go through that and explain it very quickly. The district's required to comply with certain procedures to construct a water control plan for the district. And that involves the creation of a separate unit of development. And the district would be required to go through a water control plan process, approval process in accordance with 298. This section provides that the notice, the hearing, and final adoption of a proposed water control plan or plan must comply with the provisions of Chapter 298. So where are we now in the process? The process for the unit development and adoption of a water control plan must be followed, and that includes the following. The unit of development for the formal creation of that unit. So first we have a request to form the unit by the landowners, and we did receive that. And then based on that request, it was presented at our, I believe, the July board meeting for the adoption of the resolution of intent to form a unit of development. Wait a second, I can tell you exactly what day it was. On July 25th, we had the creation of the unit. The board then adopted a resolution to go ahead and form the unit, and then we've advertised for objections to the formation, so if anyone is going to properly object to proceeding. So we are now having our board meeting, at which time this objections, the public hearing is being held right now to receive any objections to the formation. So I'll let Mr. Foy go ahead and maybe explain what the proposal is.
Well, at this point, they've submitted the request to form, and you would be, after hearing public input, you would be considering whether to authorize the engineer to go ahead with the water control plan and the engineer's report. And nothing's really been done, although the applicant has submitted preliminary plans for special permit, so we've had discussions engineering-wise, but we really haven't done any work on the project. This is, what we're doing right now is a public hearing to see if the public objects or supports. And later in the agenda, you will either authorize the engineer to go forward or not. So we really haven't done a whole lot on this to date. That's what we're here for, to receive the public and later see if you authorize us to go forward.
And we noticed for the public hearings to allow the public to voice any objections which they may or may not have. As my understanding from speaking with Scarlett, that we have received no written objections to the formation.
Through the chair. You received plans. Are those the same plans that we reviewed as a board and submitted comments and requested that there be no connection to Hamlin? Is it the same plan?
It is part of the same plan. The plan that has been submitted is the portion that includes the gas station and the entrances onto Coconut and North Lake. The rest of the site plan that was submitted is blank. Again, that would be part of the water control plan to determine what the use is and to make recommendations based on that. And we heard you loud and clear last time that you don't want an entrance on Hamlin. That is currently not submitted to us. We have heard verbally that they may be putting some multifamily on there. So if they do that, I anticipate they might ask for an entrance on Hamlin.
Through the chair. So this property is now annexed into Palm Beach Gardens. And Palm Beach Gardens isn't going to care what our residents are concerned about. And there were concerns that residents had when they came forward with their original plan. So I want to make absolutely certain that one of the conditions that we put in the engineering's plan as part of creating this unit of development, which I still don't understand why we're proceeding with doing. If they wanted to be a part of Gardens, then they should be getting services from Gardens. Gardens is supposed to be providing services to them. So here we are having to provide services, and it's for another municipality. So I want to make sure that it's explicitly understood that the condition is, and part of the engineering report, it's very clear what the board stance is on no connection to Hamlin Boulevard. We didn't even want a connection to Coconut, actually, but the county did, so. And it's not our road.
At this point, it'd be appropriate to receive public comments since this is the public hearing.
Any public comment? Carrie, anything online? No. Anybody?
There's no public comment, then it's, we've received, are we gonna receive any board comments?
On 7-2.
Okay, I'm sorry, I understand. So at this point, it's appropriate to close
Yeah.
the public portion of the public hearing.
Okay. All right, the public development of 19C is now closed, and we will reopen the regular.
Yeah, we're adjourning public hearing.
Adjourning,
And
yep.
then, the way we've approved the agenda, then we would then consider on the agenda, pick 7.2. And that proposed resolution is consider resolution number 2023-014, approving and confirming the creation of unit of development number 19C.
I'll make the motion.
With?
Motion to approve resolution number 2023-014, approving and confirming the creation of unit development number 19C.
I second.
That's with the emphasis of no.
Through the chair, yeah, so
Yeah.
wouldn't it be appropriate to add to the resolution that one of the conditions and part of the engineering report is the condition of no connections, driveways on Hamlin?
Do-
So
through the
can you
chair,
please
do we
amend
need
your
to-
motion?
Do we need to do that again, even though we did it last time? We need to do that again?
Yes,
Okay,
because we're
so I'll
doing the
amend-
resolution.
Okay, I'll amend the motion to include no connection on Hamlin.
As part of the engineer's report.
Correct.
And water control.
And water control plan.
The water control
Well,
plan.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
water control
Should
plan.
I say it
engineer's
again?
report.
No, that's.
Okay.
It's correct, that, as the water control.
Water
plan.
control.
That's okay with your motion.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Did you second the amendment?
I second it, sorry.
The-
I second the amended version.
Yeah,
As amended.
Yeah, as amended.
Yes.
Before, sorry, I hate to throw a wrench in the gears here, but I was just talking to Mr. Foy. I think you may want to also include language that would include no driveway or entrance for emergency vehicles either.
Okay, so should I start
Just
over?
from my experience.
Mary, and
Well, I
make this
think-
clear.
No, I
Just
said,
that-
I said
Okay.
absolutely no connection of any kind.
I
So that
Including-
includes, that would include.
So let's put it on
Okay,
record.
So, okay,
yeah. I
so
would-
I'm gonna amend the motion
They may
to,
try to sneak it in.
I'm gonna amend the motion to approve Resolution 2023-014, approving and confirming the creation of Unit of Development Number 19C with absolutely no connection on Hamlin to Hamlin, including emergency vehicles.
Through the chair. Oh, are you
So
seconding?
close. Second it.
Is the landowner here?
I believe a representative is in the audience, and I believe there's one on Zoom.
So
not sure who's
I'd like
on
to
Zoom.
ask a question.
Good evening, Cody Floyd. I'm the civil engineer for the project, and Mr. John Famero, who is the project attorney, should be attending via Zoom.
Welcome. My question is, has there been changes in what was approved by the county by Palm Beach Gardens?
No, ma'am.
Is there an intention to change what was approved by the county?
I am not sure on behalf of the client if there is any intent to revise the site plan, approved site plan by the county, but I will say that there is no intent to make any sort of driveway connections to Hamlin.
Okay. So I'm hearing that there's a potential that there may be multifamily built there and a change. And if that's the case, then that should actually change in terms of impact on the district roads, and even if it's not connecting to Hamlin, if they have a connection on Coconut, they're going to be using district roads. So that changes, because what we've always discussed is just drainage. So, and I know we have the equal compensating storage. So we really don't want, I think most people don't want apartments and townhouses and multifamily in that location. So, for the record, but I hope that the developer would consider that and what they're going to offer to the community, since they've decided to pay taxes to Palm Beach Gardens and are still going to be impacting our district.
Yes, ma'am. I'll relay that over to our client.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any public comment on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 7.3, consider a contract for the construction and Nicole Hornstein Equestrian Park.
Through the chair, I have Mr. Lawrence here, along with representatives from the contractor, or from Hartley Construction, and also have Jeff Sisolak here as well. And Mr. Lawrence, if you can just introduce who's here from Hartley, please. Thank you. And just a reminder, this is, we are asking for two motions if you do decide to approve the contract. One would be for the agreement, one would also be for temporary closure of the west and east side of Nicole Hornstein Park. So go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. With us this evening, we have Brittany Hartley from Hartley Construction. There's actually a third motion that the board has to consider this evening as well. It's to waive the formal competitive solicitation pursuant to the district's purchasing policy, section 5.5.2. So I spoke to Mr. Palin earlier this morning, and the original quote that we received from them is above the threshold with the state statutes, which would normally require an RFP in this situation. They have agreed to come to 460, which is just below the threshold, so we can still waive it and move forward.
And Mr. President, may I just announce for the record that Mr. Frank Palin is available by Zoom. He's been advising with regards to this item.
So,
Through the chair, didn't we receive another response?
we did, and I'll get into some of the background on why we chose this one compared to the other one. So, some of the background, Indian Trail Improvement District is an equestrian community with an active population of multiple discipline riders. The district made it a priority to create an equestrian park when its charter was amended to include parks and recreation. So, over the last 4 years, the district has initiated and secured grant funds for various capital projects to improve the park system. On January 23rd of 2020, the district secured a $400,000 grant through the Land and Water Conservation Fund program. This grant required a match from the district for a maximum total of $800,000. Unfortunately, due to COVID, federal agency delays, and inflationary costs, this project was delayed for other more pressing emergency projects, such as culvert replacements, pump upgrades, and Acreage Community Park North athletic field restoration. In fiscal year 2024, the board has approved the budget to actually put in the $400,000 towards this project. One of the issues that we are currently facing at this point is the grant expires December 31st. So we only have about 3 months to do this project. We did put in a request to extend it, but to get an answer from them, it's very slow. We may not get it in time, and they may deny it. So our only option at this point, if we want to try to save this grant, is to try to move forward with the decision this evening. The board can choose either contract if they decide to. I put out this, I'm going to get into the recommendations on why we're choosing this with Hartley. So Hartley spent several days out there at the park doing surveys, doing aerial views. They put a lot of time and attention and detail into this actual estimate that we received from them. They did topographic survey, they did drainage enhancements, they're covering the subgrade reinforcement, optimal grading, laser precision, arena specialization. They're adding in unique footing, and they're getting very specific to what's actually going to happen in each arena. So we're not just going to have like one multiple arena that anybody can use. Each arena is going to be set for a certain discipline. So we'll have the Western arena, which will be barrel racing. Then we'll have a dressage arena, and then we'll have a jumping arena as well, which is kind of almost like a multi-purpose arena. And then we
What
have
arena is the jumping one, sorry?
the jumping one would be the main one, but that one, based off the footing, is pretty much a multi-use arena. They could do barrel racing, and they've provided us with exact specifications of what each arena is going to actually entail. To go in some of the more detailed
So,
recommendations.
sorry, I'm just trying, what's the third arena? So we have the western arena, the main arena.
The eastern arena.
The eastern, there's an arena.
The one on the other side of
on
the driveway. And
yeah,
what are we
which-
using it for now? We're
It's
proposing?
just a multi-purpose. There's no set purpose. We're actually going to give it a purpose at this point.
It's basically where people go and they just ride, and what we're trying to do is have better footing in all 3 arenas and we notice that a lot of people go in there and they set up their own jumps and stuff like that, so that's why we wanted to do the East Arena as well.
So some of my recommendations to the board this evening Obviously, both companies are qualified equestrian contractors. They're the only two that really responded. I had a third one that didn't respond, and then we had a lot of people that either didn't want to bid the project at all, or they just didn't respond. So these two are the ones that we have to work with. Like I said, we had multiple meetings at Nicole Hornstein with them. They've been very cooperative. They've been very concise with their bid process, this whole entire project. So they have a complete understanding of what the district's trying to do here. Let's see. They're also able to start the project within the time frame that we need. So right now, we're currently planning to start this project October 9th, and it's expected to take about 45 days, start to finish, obviously subject to weather, subject to materials, things like that. We've also discussed the payment schedules and how that would go down to protect the district. It would be a performance payment plan that would basically pay them as a project was completed. So as an arena gets completed, we could pay them a percentage of that. They've agreed to that. And like I've said, they've got a complete vision of what we're trying to do here. Not to, some of my experience, I'm trying to figure out how to word this without going aggressive with the other company. So the other company submitted a quote sight unseen. They revised a quote from 2 years ago when Elizabeth was here, and they're not very detailed with their scope. So we don't know exactly what we're getting going that direction. My fear is if it's not correct and they get into this project, we may have a change order that comes out. And if that happens, we could have a park that's temporarily closed while we're trying to figure out this additional money that they'd be requesting. There's too many unknowns to go that direction, which is why I feel most comfortable with Hartley. In front of you guys, she's got a very detailed plan that you guys can go through. And she's also brought some materials you guys can actually put your hands on this evening.
You feel like put your hands in some sand. So safety is first. I've been riding horses my entire life, so I know about the animal and also the ground surfaces, being in construction, commercial and residential. So the safety of the rider and the equine athlete hinges precisely on the installation of these surfaces. So we tailored, when we came and met with Kenny, these arenas didn't really have plans. They were just, the same surface was gonna be done throughout. And to me, that's extremely dangerous. Barrel racers, I'm sorry, in the microphone? No. Barrel racers really don't belong in jumping arenas. There's different surface, sand depths, footing ratios with your sand. That should be different because a Western rider, the sand should be a little looser. The horses slide like in barrel racing, flying around barrels at a high speed. That's not going to be the same surface as a jumping ring. The jumping ring needs to be more tighter, compact when the horse is landing, giving it more cushion. So I really didn't understand that. So I gave my recommendation of how we would do this, and it is crucial that the foundation serves as the fundamental starting point. We also, from starting at the subgrade, we don't know what ground we're getting into until we start excavating. And for us to really make sure that that foundation is stable and strong, we're going to reinforce it with a subbase and compact that and put a crown, a centerline crown on it for drainage, and then horses perform optimally on a level grade. So with this system, it's called a vertical free draining base. It is not as cost effective as just your traditional compacted stone base. There's a lot more that goes into it, more material. Also with the company that was requested, Premier Equestrian, their footings, the sand and the footings come pre-blended. So that is also a cost, a higher cost of getting the sand delivered and then having to pre-blend, and then having to blend in the footings yourself. So that is where our costs vary, and we're going to reinforce the subgrade with road-based material. So that in every arena. And then also there is a round pin that we recommended. They are these rubber mats. So in a round pen, horses are lunged from walk, trot, canter. Some people break horses in round pens. I'm not really sure what somebody's going to do at this park in a round pen. But I think that it's an open public park, so you can pretty much do whatever you want. Who's going to be watching? So in a round pen, it requires a lot more maintenance. And we put these mats in as your base to give it more, reinforcement. And these are a great product that we've used many times, and they just help with maintenance and a bunch of other things. So I have these, if you guys feel like. They're also, all about the mats are in here too. Everything from the sand, the quality of the sand, where it's coming from. For me in construction, as you guys I'm sure know, that material quality, you don't know what you're getting. Having a relationship with that is, with the people that you're using, is very important to us. It's our whole reputation. So I have samples of the sands, where it comes from, and we can also get samples of like the drainage rock. Everything's washed and clean, so we can provide all that as well.
So, 2 additional points. There is because this is over $200,000, the district does require a performance bond at $460,000. That'll give us additional protection, and this is also going to be subject to legal. So, obviously, Mr. Palin will have a chance to kind of go through this a little more thoroughly as well before any commitment completely. And the last point, they have also offered to work with staff for 30 days after everything's been done to properly train of the grooming and the maintenance of the arenas. So we're going to get a full package here. I mean, in the short amount of time we had to really try to put together something, this makes sense. At this point, you guys have any questions?
To the chair.
Ladies first.
Is the other responder here?
No.
Did we invite them?
They knew about the meeting, yes.
To the chair. What was the total cost of this going to be?
This one's going to be $460, but the district has a total of $800 between the $400 of the grant plus the $400 we would supply. Right now, the expected total cost, including what we'd be responsible for, is going to fall somewhere between $650,000 and $700,000. So at this point, we're still going to be under the $800,000 total between what they were proposing and the LED lights that we'd be putting out there and the ADA sidewalks and things like that. So
Well,
we're still going to be under.
I'm looking at your proposal, and it looks really nice. And we are an equestrian community, as you said, and to have a top, maybe not the top of the line, but a very nice equestrian park in our community would be very nice. I know a month ago I went up to Yeehaw Junction and saw a rodeo that is billed as the oldest continuing rodeo in the United States. And it was nice to see what was going on, and it was interesting to see the sponsors. And I'm just running through my mind how great it would be to bring something like that here. And the other interesting thing, out of the 10 barrel racers, 3 or 4 were from Waxahachie. So
I'm a former barrel racer myself.
so the riders
Love
are
this
here. Now we just have to build a park like they do in Field of Dreams and have them come. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Through the chair. So our main arena is actually used mainly by barrel racers. So I know that our goal in this redoing this was that we're going to expand the western one and the
At
barrel.
their request.
Right. And I know, don't get all defensive.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to change. I'm
I
just.
know, this park has just been.
Don't, no.
Yeah, I apologize.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to state for the
Yeah,
record,
yeah.
okay? That western arena, which is the one that's closer to Nicole Hornstein,
Yep.
was built too small for barrel racing, but it is the appropriate one for barrel racing. It was supposed to be for barrel racing.
Yep.
So everybody uses the main one. My concern about the comments that were made at the beginning is ensuring that we will still be able to do barrel events in the main arena, if it's necessary. And that it's not just going to be, I mean, is that gonna be possible, or is it?
Through the chair, so the depth that's required for a barrel racer is 4 inches, and the main arena is gonna have between 4.5 inches, basically. So it's gonna have the same depth requirement that would be in the barrel race, or in the Western Arena. So that's why I was saying it's actually gonna be multifunctional, especially for that.
Look, I've talked to hundreds of people in our community that go to these shows and are barrel racers, and every single one has a different opinion about the footing, okay? So no matter what we do, they're still not gonna be happy about
So,
it.
just through the chair, Ms. Hartley, would you like
Yes,
to answer
it
that?
all comes down to the maintenance too of the grounds and the sand and the footings. But you are right. Every equestrian person does have there, but this is scientifically we're working with the civil engineers with Premier Equestrian, and this is the exact ratio of the footing to the sand, and the sand, the actual type of sand. It's not just your basic like clay this is wash mason sand. So everything down to the science of all of this we've worked together to, I've been out there to assess this place and.
So, I guess what Ms. Argy was asking though, what you're putting in the main arena, it's multi-use. So, let's say we're having a big barrel event there, or the ALA West, or whoever's having it there, and they want to run an event in the barrel regulation, but because there's so many people, they want to run another one in the main arena. Is that possible with the footing in there?
I wouldn't recommend mixing barrel racing where there's going to be jumping. It's just a different sport.
Yep.
Unless it's properly maintenance and groomed, the jumpers require just a different type of makeup of the ground for the horse's safety. And
So to that point, I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page here,
Right.
that that's also going to require re-educating our community, having proper signage and on the arenas, but also I'm concerned about maintenance following up, because you said a key point.
Yes.
The issue is the maintenance you can spend all kinds of money on this,
Right.
but we need to make sure we're properly maintaining it following the installation and staying on top of that, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, through the chair. That's why we asked as part of this scope that they train our employees, and right now it's gonna be more than just parks employees. We'll probably put an operations employee just in case.
Rob's gonna be over there.
Yeah, well, Rob will probably,
He
we
loves
can't
being
get
on
Rob
the
out of Santa Rosa Groves.
No, you
Out
can't.
of the 640, so, but, yeah, so, but we definitely, I agree, because once we do this, just like our athletic fields, we want to make sure everything is maintained properly.
And we don't mind helping with maintenance in the beginning. We love doing that. I ride myself, and I would want this place to be safe enough where my children could go and ride. So I would happily, that's why with not even at a cost, to come out and try. I live 15 minutes down the road. I don't mind, starting the tractor, showing them how to attach the drag, showing them how to use it to drag, how far down to put the tines. It's very important with this. So we're willing to help with that as well.
Through the chair, I have a couple of things too. Part of the, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, I'm sorry. So after the 30 days, let's say we have a new staff member that we need to train and our team is not confident, will you come back after that 30 days?
That's terrible.
But seriously, 30 days is not a lot of time to learn
I will.
an entire profession. Okay, so we're gonna have a good grasp on it, but, and I say we, the person operating the machine, understands and is capable, but maybe they're not confident enough to tell somebody.
Because damage could be done if you don't.
Exactly.
if you don't
So
know how to
would you
correctly.
be, so no offense, please, none taken, I love you guys. Would you be willing to come back after that time and work with, okay.
Yes, and I can even ride up,
Thank you, I appreciate that.
From very detailed.
Because that's, the maintenance is
As long as the
critical, so-
equipment doesn't change.
Right.
We run a lot of John Deere's. I think you guys have a Kubota.
We do,
So-
and they have recommended a different drag that I am gonna look into. It isn't that bad in cost, and we do have a decent amount of money in equipment budget right now that we could buy that, so we are gonna probably move that direction if you guys decide.
We make no money on
Through the
commission for
chair.
this company at all. It's just, this is
Didn't we
a
just buy
big
that
financial
drag?
investment.
We bought
for the
that
right
drag
people.
based on what we have there, not based on what was going to be there, because we didn't know what was going to be there.
We can still use that drag. It works well for some of the baseball fields as far as breaking the clay up. So it does actually, it's not gonna be wasted. It's still gonna be used, but it's gonna be used somewhere else.
Like maintaining arenas, keeping it level with like a leveling bar, and you guys don't have it on a drag. For somebody who's not that experienced in maintenance, a leveling bar can make a huge difference. So that is really what I recommend, whether it's Premier Drag or any drag out there, you know, we can also help with that as well. Thank you.
You said multi-purpose. I mean, this rodeo that I went to, the only thing it didn't have was jumping. They had the barrel racing, they had
You got English and
roping,
Western.
they had roping, and then they had bucking broncos and bulls. Not that we want bulls there,
Yes.
but
Yeah,
so
no.
multi-purpose would be pretty much all of that.
There are supposed to.
Multi-purpose, yes, but you have Western riding and you have English riding. So Western is different. The sports are the speed is a lot quicker, more aggressive on the ground, where English riding is a little more different. So you really don't see that a lot combined. You do, but it's not very common.
Yeah. Just for the record, because I compete in AQHA and
Yes.
National Ringing Horse and all that. So Western is just not rodeo. There's like this misconception that it's just barrel riding, bulls, and roping. It's actually, there's Western pleasure, Western ranch, ranch pleasure, cow working, cutting without a cow. I mean, there's like 12 or, well, more than 12. So this multi-purpose will probably be able to do that, because at a lot of the AQHA shows I've gone to, I'm doing the really high speed on the same that they're doing the jumping on. So I think that's where you were heading with. It's not that.
It's just different grounds
Yeah.
required.
So
for some.
but if for the most part, what we're doing here, it should work fine. We're not bringing in $1 million jumping horses and $500,000 Western horses, so.
Well, there actually are.
Well, but they're not coming
They
here
come
right.
they come for warm-up and
Yeah.
practice. Just for the record, and I want to make sure it's not lost and that the rest of the board knows, part of this project, and I talked to you, Mr. Burgess, before the meeting to ensure that this is still getting done, was the washdown stations were going to be built, and the shade structure that was removed because it was, I don't know why, but, well, the canopy was ripped, but it was an unusual size, and for some reason, staff took the poles out that were there, because it was gonna cost more, apparently, to have a custom canopy. I just wanna make sure, because we told people during the workshop, when we walked through that park and got feedback from the public, the wash stands were always a problem. That was something that was very important to them, and that shade canopy there was important as well. So I just want to make sure that those are going to get done, and
Yeah,
you said they are.
absolutely, and we're doing that in-house, or if we have to bring somebody in with the canopy, but most of it we can do in-house, and that's what we're planning to do. One of the things that I talked to Mr. Lawrence about is I found some lights, they're called ranch hand lights. They're not like the big stadium lights, but they work well enough. They don't have the spillage that I think neighbors would be concerned about, so that during the winter months, if somebody wants to ride in there, it probably wouldn't be conducive to like a show event or a big like riding thing, but just if you're going in there just having fun. So we're looking at that, and that's what he was referring to. But yeah, we're gonna do exactly what we said we were going to do. The only difference is we're probably gonna add those ranch hand lights around the arenas and around the park in general. So if you're walking your horse from the parking lot to the arena or to the barrel arena, you're not walking in the dark anymore. So, yeah.
All right,
And
so
through
I'd
the
like-
chair, That's what I was going to address also. That's part of the aspects of the grant, that lighting was installed, the washdown stations, an ADA pathway, that there's connectivity around for the different arenas up to the restrooms, and actually adding another washdown station on the southern side as well. So all those are aspects of the grants, and before we get final distribution on that, they will come out and verify that all these amenities are in place.
Okay.
And part of that was the Eastern Arena was on the original proposal that was submitted.
And we're doing the fencing as well, in-house?
Yeah.
We are doing the fencing in-house, and just to clarify also, the Western Arena that's by Hamlin House is getting expanded in size.
Yeah,
And there is going to
I
be the
mentioned
shoot
that.
at it as well.
Yeah, the only.
And that was supposed to actually have a shoot for bulls.
Yes.
So.
Eventually, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, down the road, because the perimeter fencing around that
Right.
whole park would have to be
Right.
reinforced beyond what we're doing as part of this project.
Yeah, right.
Well, are you volunteering to be the first competitor?
No, Jennifer Hager will be, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the contract with Hartley. Did you say we had to waive the formal competitive solicitation?
That was requested.
Okay, I second.
And
Well, hold on a
close.
second, because I didn't finish.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Burgess, just because something just came to my mind, can you remind me that we need to talk about something with respect to this, okay? Was this an RFP or an RFQ?
No, we went out and we got quotes. We
So
did
we
not do a
solicited
form.
bids.
Yeah, but we did not go out through the traditional RFP. We went out and selected people so that we knew they had a background in equestrian arena building, because a lot of people, that they might just be running
Yeah, no,
a
that's fine.
Bobcat.
But
Yeah.
can we just talk about this later?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it right now, but, so I'll make the first motion to waive the formal competitive solicitation pursuant to district purchasing policy, section 5.5.2 piggyback purchases, or it's not a piggyback
It's not.
purchase.
No.
It's just we're waiving the competitive solicitation, right?
Yes, and any irregularities with the policy.
Okay. And any irregularities with the policy. So we're waiving that.
Yeah, and if you would like to include what Mr. Lawrence said, we're doing it because of the grant deadline, which again, we're
Right.
very clear about federal agency delays and everything
Right,
else.
because of COVID. yeah.
Yes.
In order to meet the grant deadline and requirements.
Correct.
So that's my motion.
Second.
But we need more.
Well, I thought we needed two motions.
The temporary closure.
Are we gonna do them separately?
There's
Three motions.
three motions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
close
three
the-
motions.
Okay.
So that's the first motion.
Waive, okay, fine.
Second.
You second. Call the, do we need to do public?
We're gonna do all three as one?
We can do public comment before each one, or we can do it after all the motions, as long as we have it before we move on.
Maybe at the end.
Yeah. Okay, so call the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then the second motion will be to approve the contract with Hartley Construction, Inc.,
Subject to legal.
subject to legal and engineering, or just legal?
Well, we can put subject to legal and engineering review.
Okay, all right.
Second.
Second.
Okay.
Call the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then a motion to temporarily close the western then eastern sections of the Nicole Hornstein Equestrian Park during construction for an approximate total of 45 days, subject to weather delays.
Second.
Keith.
We're hoping it'll be less than that.
Is there any public comment on item 7.2?
Was there a second for
Yeah,
that?
Keith.
Yeah.
And you called the vote?
No.
No, he's getting ready to call the vote.
Coming first.
Call the vote on that, and then have public comment on those
All in
three
favor?
items.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Just trying to move it along.
Yeah. Does everybody want to take-
So,
Do you anybody need a break? Do you want to step out?
I do, except that Juniper's still, if we're waiting,
All
can we
right, so
take a
we'll go to-
10-minute break, or is that asking too much?
Well, we have the Juniper one,
And then we
which
have
should
the
be fairly quick.
SPA.
And then, well, yeah, we have the SPA, and then we also have the new 7.6. But I think I have a quick resolution for that, just,
That sounds pretty easy, yeah.
yeah, just do the 5 like we did it, and do the other 5 with the lottery, and let's not worry about, I can come back
For
later and
7.6?
figure that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that way, we don't have to sit here and debate it.
You know,
for-
I
yeah.
think we just needed to have it on the regular agenda
Yeah,
to
yeah,
give
no, I'm
direction.
just saying, we can just do that right now if you want.
Do we want to move 7.6 up to 7.31?
I'm sorry, it's 5:12. I'm just trying to move it through so people can move
Do
out.
we need to do that?
Move out.
Then you make a motion
That's
to
it
move
here.
7.6 to 7.31A.
Second. Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
And then make a motion to amend the policy for the 2024.
Did you want to give,
Just do
State
the
it.
5, just do the
Yeah.
5,
5 and 5.
5 and 5. First 5 to show up.
And
on-
5 is a
on
lottery.
the- Yep,
Make
on
a
the first
motion.
Monday of October, first 5 that are here, we'll get it, and then we'll also do the other 5, and if those, you know, it's the same thing.
is that your motion, Keith?
That's my
Oh,
motion.
That's Keith's motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any public comment on the millings?
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Betty.
Okay.
Can
Nice
I
to
also
have a
just
happy
add,
crowd.
I also like the idea
Public
of a
comments?
medical
And I'll bring that back in
But we
later.
have to be careful on the ADA requirements.
Yeah, I have an idea on how.
HIPAA, and so,
Yeah, there's ways
Yeah,
around
Yeah.
there's
that.
ways,
Would-
it's similar to like
Yeah.
having a service dog.
I think that's what got Mary.
No, you just get, you just get something just in there a little bit.
We're trying, Scarlett and I are trying to keep up over here.
Are you drinking, Kenny?
So with the 5 and the 5, does that have anything to do with the disabilities?
No.
No,
That's gonna be
it's-
later.
Yeah,
That'll
I'm
be a
bringing
later
that-
discussion.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah.
too
Okay,
complicated.
it
I
was-
want to
it
keep
was
it
too much
simple.
going at the same
Just
time.
keep it simple. 5 and 5, and same concept, move up on the road.
But I did
This
request
year
that he
only.
bring back the other thing.
Right, right.
Which I
just
will
wanted-
later.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Young.
Good night, Mr. Young.
All right, 7.4, consider.
Really gave it to GL.
Thank you, sir.
Mary, we already texted
So,
out of the team.
Mary McNicholas, yeah.
shoot. So, through the chair, 7.4.
I've never seen it.
Oh, no, sorry. So I have Mr. Lawrence and again, Mr. Sisolak here. Then we have representatives from Juniper, but I'll let Mr. Lawrence take it from here. And I believe Mr. Palin has been very involved, including we've had discussions with Weston on the piggyback legal. Mr. Palin has, as well as Mr. Lawrence and I. So,
And Mr. Palin's still available.
yes.
Correct. So this evening, we have 2 representatives from Juniper, so you guys will be able to answer any, or ask any questions, we'll be able to answer them for you. Beside me, I've got Ricardo Peraza and Andrea Kova. We're going to be working closely with Ricardo at this point. Moving forward, he'd be one of the ones that we would be talking to on a day-to-day basis. He'll be able to answer you guys' questions of what the operations would look like from Juniper's side. We could go into the entire background if you guys would like to, or if you guys want to just speed this up. I can have him go into some of his
I
stuff.
think we all read it, right?
Yeah.
Do we
It's-
need a full presentation on this?
No,
or-
I've read it.
Okay.
I've asked my questions.
So,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to throw up their scope and allow Ricardo to kind of speak for a few minutes so he can kind of explain what the day-to-day operations that Juniper does and what they're doing for here.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So basically what we do, and we do this for several municipalities at different capacities, is we have a team of sports turf managers, spray technicians, operators, and we have our account managers with on-site staff. One of the advantages to utilizing a company like us is we don't have to put all our resources in one property. we have the ability to distribute our resources throughout all of our properties. So we have on-site staff with an on-site account manager that would handle your day-to-day, your mowing, your trimming, your line edging, dragging your field, retamping mounds, retamping home plates, getting fields ready for games, having staff in the morning, evening, and on weekends. And we would do those services as well as portering, picking up trash, changing garbage can liners while we're on site. We're always focusing on those items. Then we have additional services where we have fertility spraying for weeds, for liquid fertilizer programs, which we, for instance, one of the equipment items we use is a boom sprayer. It's about $65,000-$70,000. We would use that typically once a week, or once a week to 1.5 times a week, depending on the size of the property. To park a piece of equipment like that for the remainder of the month doesn't make sense. So we have a skilled technician, well-trained technician, usually with either golf course or strictly sports turf background. Usually they have a degree in some form of sports field management, turf, or soil science, and that person will travel property to property doing the applications. So we're focused on making sure that we're putting the right people in the right place. We can afford to bring in those folks and pay them a little bit more because we're distributing their expense through multiple properties instead of just having somebody sit in one location. For your services here, we would manage acreage community and then your satellite parks, where we would have a crew leaving from acreage to go service the additional parks, and they would be focusing the rest of their time on acreage, which is your flagship your flagship property.
Through the chair. So are you saying that you're using the same mowers that you would use?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
No. So we are, sports turf is a unique, service. So actually effective January, Juniper split me off completely into my own branch. So all I focus on are athletic parks, property, and fields. We have, just alone for this contract, I believe we are just shy of $600,000 in equipment. So we use mowers specifically for Bermuda fields. All our equipment that's going to be touching any Bermuda field has turf tires or flotation tires that are not aggressive, so that when the guys turn, they're not creating any divots. They're trained on doing wide sweeping turns, no zero turns. So yeah, completely different service and mentality for us when we're operating on fields versus common areas.
Perfect.
Do you have anything else, Kenny?
I mean, unless you guys wanted to go into the actual background that we've done over the last couple months, unless you have specific questions for them, there's nothing in addition to
Logan, make a motion to approve the contract to Juniper as is.
I'll second it. I just want to say I have big expectations.
Folks usually do.
Okay.
And we are prepared for it.
And so does our athletic league and
Yes,
the
ma'am.
people that play on the field. So we really hope that this is
Okay,
a
I was
reward.
just told by legal counsel I gotta make 2 motions here. So not only do we need to make a motion to piggyback on the,
No, waive.
To waive.
to waive the
competitive.
formal competitive solicitation prudent to the district purchasing power policy, section 5.5.2, piggyback purchase and procure park maintenance service from contract formally solicited by the city of Weston, Florida.
Seconded by Betty.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then your
Okay.
second motion.
Second motion is to approve a park maintenance service agreement between Indian Trail Improvement District and Juniper Landscaping of Florida LLC, consistent with the terms of the agreement between Juniper and the city of Weston, Florida.
Second.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do we have any public comment on item 7.4? Carrie says no online. All right, seeing none. Moving on to 7.5. Do we need a 5 minutes or we keep rolling?
Does anybody object to us taking like a 5-minute break? I know you guys have all been waiting patiently.
But it's only
Do
9:30.
you mind 5 minutes? Let's do it.
All right,
5 minutes.
5-minute recess.
Recording stopped.
I know it's.
Item 7.5. Sorry, I lost my place completely. Yes. 7.5, consider Acreage Athletic League SPA service provider agreement renewal. I think we're turning this over to you, Mr. Hanson, or is this Kenny?
Well, it's a combination of parks, legal, and the board, so I'll let Mr. Lawrence.
Okay, so I'll start it off. As everyone knows, the SPA is actually expiring as of the 30th of this month. Basically, everybody's here to kind of discuss the direction of where they'd like to go with the SPA and the future of the athletics with the district. I'm going to make a quick recommendation at the very least so that we don't have disruption in the current programs, that the district considers at least extending the current SPA for another 6 months so that the district has the ability to have several workshops and properly look at this if there is any major changes that the board would like to see. I just don't want to see the community get hurt in the middle of all this. But at this point, it'd be up to the board discussion.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the contract for 2 years. And I don't know why we'd be considering anything different.
Through the chair. So we've received at various board meetings over the past few months, or actually past almost 6 months, we've been asked, you know, we want to hold a workshop, then we're never given direction to hold a workshop on the SPA with the Acreage Athletic League. So it's entirely up to the board what you want to do. If you want to renew it for 2 years, renew it. It is entirely up to the board. But you know, there are things that I believe legal and staff have said that need to be addressed, but until we get direction to do any of that, we're not going to do it because we've not been given direction. And there are certain things that are in these SPAs that don't even make sense to require the AAL to even do some of this with what's being requested. And then there's other things where there could be some tightening up so it's easier and more clear for not only the AAL but also the district on what's expected on both sides. So again, it's entirely up to the board. So that's what we're waiting for. What does the board want to do? What direction do you want to give us? Because right now we have nothing other than the renewal.
Through the chair. I am going to agree with Kenny on the 6-month extension. I believe that would give AL through their the remainder of their fall season and their spring season. I believe there's some things that need to be tightened up on the SPA. I read it when I first got on the board. I think there's some communication that we need to make sure is spelled out in the SPA. Requiring paperwork to be turned in on a timely fashion or timely manner. The monies that's given to them every 2 years, I think I'm questioning that. And I don't even think it's just AL's SPA. I think it's our SPAs in general. I think we need to make sure that they're buttoned up to where, like Burgess said, our staff know what their guidelines are. It seems like, from my understanding, this SPA started out as a permit and metastasized into this SPA. So it's a bunch of garbled information that even the legal is questioning how some of this is being done. So I agree with the 6 month. I think we hold on the money until we have things determined with the SPA. I think the workshop is a good idea. If we maybe wait through the holidays, let's let them get through. I mean, I know they're in the middle of football season, and I know they're going to be gearing up for their spring season. I don't want to interrupt that on the kids. I want everything to run smoothly. I'd like to try to have options out there before they start registering for their fall event, which I think they usually do towards the end of spring. They usually start taking money for the following season. So I think the 6 months gives us time to work on the SBA, gives legal time to put it over, gives us time to do a workshop. So that would be my motion. My motion would be to instruct the legal to work on an SBA and have a workshop.
Through the chair, there's a motion on the table already, so. And can I ask a question? What things need to be clarified? Because I haven't heard what needs to be clarified. What
Just
are
names,
the-
communication, paperwork on a timely manner, the $10,000. I believe that, like I said, from what my understanding, it was started off of a permit that metastasized and grew. No?
No.
How did it start?
No, they've had a service provider agreement for many, many years now.
So what did it start from?
And what do you mean, when did it start?
No, what did it start from?
It doesn't matter where it started. They've had a
No, I
service.
didn't say what it started or where it started. I'm asking what, it started from a permit and grew into an SPA.
They've been
I
our
spoke to
service
legal
provider.
And I confirmed how this started.
Well, we were having discussions with Mr. Palin, and he is available on the phone.
Please, then.
But what it did start out was basically more in a permit type of situation.
In what, 19, when was that? And how long have we had service provider agreements? Mr. Palin?
Right? Mr. Palin?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep. Barely.
Barely.
So sorry. My understanding was start on two.
Can't understand that.
We can't understand you, Frank.
Frank, we can't hear you.
You're very
Sounds
muffled.
like there's something muffled. Frank, do you have something covering your microphone? Or get closer?
He's gonna phone in.
He's gonna phone in.
So while we're waiting for him, the $10,000 actually started because before I was on the board, in I think it was 2015 or 2016, it might have even been 2014, but the ALA always had a sponsorship, and it actually used to be an attorney that sponsored and had their name on our scoreboard. And then the Acreage Athletic League, and perhaps Madam President could correct the history, but my recollection is that, and I was at the meeting, where the Acreage Athletic League came forward and had requested that Minto be their sponsor, be allowed to be their sponsor. I guess Minto had offered. They were paying $10,000 every 2 years to have their name on our scoreboard. That year and subsequent years, that meant that their name was on the jerseys, which there were many people that objected to it in the community. And so when I got on the board, I proposed that we get our scoreboard back, and that in lieu of the sponsorship monies for that sign, that we offer the $10,000 over 2 years, because that was the same agreement as Minto. And the board supported that. And we've continued that since, I believe, 2019, this agreement here. And so that's where that $10,000 came from and why we do it. It also means that now our name is on the jerseys and ITID is recognized, whereas before we weren't. So that's what that $10,000 essentially pays for. It's a sponsorship. We are the main park. Our taxpayers are paying for the park. They're supporting the program, and ITID, they're our service provider. That was the whole point of it, is recognizing that they are our service provider for our sports, and ITID is the partner in that. We're not running it, we are the partner.
Right.
And so that was to address that. Now, they were still allowed to have other sponsorships, so If Minto or some other developer wanted to continue to sponsor, they could, but it be through other sponsorship means, not on a sign in our park or on jerseys. So that's where that came from.
Okay. Yeah, I still.
Do we have Frank on? Carrie's he on? Called in?
Did Frank call in, or?
Let's see.
If we, regardless of the extension, would we prorate the 10,000? Like if we do 6 months, would it be 2,500 or?
Well, that's a year, because we get, well, no, it's 5,000 a year, yes.
Yeah, so
it would be-
2,500.
yeah,
But we've always given it $10,000 for the 2 years.
Yeah.
I've got Mr. Palin on the line, so we'll just put it, maybe you can speak through our.
Can you put him on speaker?
And then have it go to the microphone?
Let's see.
Let's see if
Mr. Palin?
it's gonna echo.
I apologize, you can hear me?
No, it's
He needs to turn his mic off.
Hold on.
Turn your speaker up and just put it next to the mic. Turn your speaker up and just put it next to the mic.
It's okay.
Now put it.
Frank?
I'm trying.
No, I think this is working.
Yeah, we can hear.
We can hear you now. Oh,
He
good.
just needs to turn his sound off of his computer.
Sorry.
Yeah, but then he can't hear you when you
Oh,
ask.
right.
Okay, all right,
So just quickly, what?
Yes.
Is he able to do it?
yes.
Yeah, okay. So Frank,
You didn't know the question.
well, yeah, but he
You're gonna
can
have to
hear
tell
through
him.
there.
You don't
You're gonna
have to, he
tell
can
him.
hear you, just talk.
Frank? Okay, and Betty, can I ask you to ask your question again? What was it?
So I think the question was, when did the service provider agreement come into inception? When was the first permit? Because my understanding, it was back into the 1980s or 90s, early 90s, mid-90s, somewhere around
It
there.
was, his comment was a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yes, it is.
Mhm. And when did the service provider agreement first start?
I'm not sure. Frank, do you recall when the
In its
service?
present form,
Yes.
I don't have the documents here in front of me. I mean,
Well, where is the information coming from that it started as a permit?
Well, we had discussion, Frank.
I'll take responsibility for that statement.
Okay.
Because if you read the document, the terms that are in it are essentially were taken from permits, as my understanding. And so, but my main concern is with this current document is that as a service provider, the AAL is subject to Chapter 119 Florida Statute, Public Records Law. And there are special rules for service providers, quote unquote, in the Public Records Law. And I have gone through in line by line to pick out of that document, which includes some contract language and some permit language, to try to figure out what exactly information is required to be provided that would, if I were a member of the public, I would be able to file a public records request and would get a response from the AAL within the time period that's required by Chapter 119. And I have not been able to do that because the document is so complicated and requires so many, probably in many cases, unreasonable types of information. And it's not in the interest of the AAL to be subject to that level of uncertainty, because there are significant penalties under the Public Records Law for failure to respond to a request from the public for specific information. That's what my concern is, not so much with the relationship between the AAL and the district, but it's satisfying the requirements of the public records law. And that requires a different approach to the way that document is drafted.
So what you need then to fix that is direction from the board to rewrite a service provider agreement for the athletic program.
Yes.
Okay, so then I will amend my motion to give staff direction to do so and to extend the current agreement for 6 months. But how long do you need, Frank, to bring that back?
Well, through the chair, 6 months. But yeah, just to add on to it, because I wanted to just, there's a clause in here that requires the AAL to give the parks director sports books. We don't need sports books unless we want the sports books. So,
That's fine.
Yeah, there's
So-
just like.
So there's some
there's
things
just
that
like-
staff needs to coordinate on to
Yeah.
fix it.
But 6 months is suffice.
Can we mute that? Yeah.
Thank you, Frank.
So I'll agree to extend the agreement for 6 months. So my motion's amended to include that, provided that we're not gonna leave this to the last minute, because, and I think we should invite the president up of the association to answer these questions, but, you know, there's implications, and they're planning, and they have volunteers, and they can't operate with things up in the air. They have to plan. So how long is it gonna take for this amendment to come back? And
Through the chair to answer, I mean, we'll start, at least Parks and Legal will start on it right away, and we do plan to meet with the AAL leadership to go over, you know, what we think should be in there, but we also want input on what they may think they want in there as well.
Okay.
So, and then it comes back to the board for a final decision. Could be less than 6 months, so.
Well, we're not, what I'm getting at is, I don't want to wait 6 months for that agreement to come back,
Yep.
and then we're in the same situation.
No,
And
I-
it's impacted their programming and planning and,
Yeah.
you know.
No, I totally agree with that. That's
Yeah.
why I said, you know, I think we get the ball running, and probably after the new year, we would do a meeting, like a workshop meeting with AL, and start working on this to make sure that this is
Well,
what's the.
that's like 4 months from now,
Right.
so.
Yeah, but
Is it,
in the
can we put this on
meantime-
the November agenda at the
Well,
latest?
there's no
We're not meeting
November
on
meeting.
November.
What do you mean we don't have a November meeting?
Yeah, the board approved it to cancel it at the last board meeting.
Why?
Because October's late and December's early.
Yeah, yeah. And we're gonna be working on,
Add it
I
to the
mean,
December agenda.
yeah.
So it gives them extra time in November to work on it.
Look at that, positive thoughts.
Well, we're also gonna be working on the MOU with GL
Right,
and a
so-
lot of other things
So
as
that's
well.
still 3 months, you know,
Yeah.
even if they got an answer at that meeting and that draft, that's still 3 months.
Yeah.
So I want to, I have a motion on the table. Do
Yes.
we have a second? And then,
Is 6 long enough? You want to do 8?
I think 6, and I mean, if we need to extend it, we can always go back and extend it.
well, I'd like to
but-
hear maybe from them, so, but I
Yeah,
need a
motion.
second, and then maybe
Yeah,
we
second.
can get some comments,
Second.
and maybe we have to modify it.
Public comment on item 7.5, 6-month extension.
Can you, Wendy, come up,
Scarlett.
please? Have you put a card in?
Scarlett's got a couple.
Hello.
Hi, Wendy.
So,
Just-
just to add on to.
Can you
Ms.
just state your,
Arden's-
just name and address, please?
I'm sorry?
Just state your name and address, please.
If you
Wendy
wish, if
Torado
you
and
could.
my address is 15361 94th Street North, West Palm Beach, 33412. I had a speech prepared. I don't know if I'm gonna be on a timetable or what, but I'd like to read it. But just to add on to Ms. Argue's motion, 6 months would put us in the middle of flag football. So I would, my opinion would be at least extending it maybe 9 months, so that way the flag football sport is not interrupted. in the middle of the season. It does end towards, I believe, May. So that would always give, like, the June, that break in the parks that we always give the parks from sports itself, I believe would be beneficial to.
When does the next sport start?
Would be
'Cause
tackle.
It's not just.
The next sport coming up,
Would be
right now,
fall.
we have girls going, we have.
You have co-ed.
No, right now it's just girls.
Okay, but then you would be in the middle of co-ed, you're saying?
Yes.
Co-ed.
Okay.
And when
all
is
right.
your, I'm sorry, excuse me, through the chair.
But there's also-
When's your basketball?
And there's-
Basketball's during the summer.
Summer, okay.
And there's also baseball.
So-
I mean.
Baseball's in also spring and fall. Right now, they're in their fall season right now.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, through the chair again, but the way I was seeing it, when we extended it 6 months, that kind of gives you time, because I believe, when do you usually start registration for your tackle football?
Tackle right now it's actually going on right
Yeah,
now,
so
but
for
for co-ed
next year.
flag, the registration's early bird
No,
specials.
no.
For the
I mean, for
next
the next
tackle
season, for
season.
next fall, when do you usually start your,
Early, I believe,
yeah?
March?
March. I think it's
Yeah,
usually
it's already
March. Yeah,
March
so that's
because-
why I'm trying to get this, so that when you're starting your registration, everything's kind of, all
There's
the
no
ducks are in a
question.
row.
Okay.
So that's why I'm pushing, I would like to get this done, because I don't want it to be hindering you guys. I want it to where we're all working together to try to get this all resolved, so that the best program is being offered, and that everybody understands where everybody's, what the requirements are, what.
Correct.
I understand hands have changed. I understand that, seats have changed, and I think there just needs to make sure that we're all on it and we're all working on it for the kids, and we're making sure our program in our community is a really stellar program. And the way it is right now, and with that SBA, I'm just not seeing it.
We've also added 2 new board members to the executive board.
Very good.
So we've added a new face, definite 2 new faces to our board.
Okay.
We have filled in the empty positions.
When did you do that?
Back in earlier this year, I was actually probably
3
around.
months?
Is it on, because I was on the website, it's not on there yet.
No, the website has not been updated yet, no. But if I may, I would like to read what I prepared.
Yeah.
My name is Wendy Torado, and I live at 15361 94th Street North, West Palm Beach, Florida,
Through the
33412.
chair, can we just turn the clock off for her, please, since this is kind of an important issue for the Acreage Athletic League? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today regarding the Acreage Athletic League and its commitment to continuing to provide youth sports for all the kids in our community. We are here to discuss a matter of great importance to our organization, the retention of our service provider agreement with Indian Trails. I'm here before you to emphasize the significance of this decision and why it is crucial that we continue our partnership with our dedication to providing youth sports to our youth. As most of you know, our organization has been dedicated to providing youth sports programs for children in our community and surrounding areas since 1995. Over the years, we have been fortunate to have the support of numerous volunteers who have generously given their time and effort assisting our young athletes, coordinating events, and maintaining our organization's governing structure. These individuals have selflessly contributed to the success of our programs without seeking recognition or compensation. Although their contributions are essential, they often go unnoticed or underappreciated. Nevertheless, our volunteers remain committed to the well-being and development of our youth, embodying the values of selflessness and community support. I hold the belief that every organization has its imperfections. We're all human and prone to making mistakes. However, I firmly assert that such errors do not render us unreliable or dishonorable. As a devoted mother of 4 boys, I understand the value of time and the effort required to volunteer, let alone serve as the president of an organization that oversees all of the sports offered by our organization. I take great pride in ensuring that our organization consistently strives to provide a positive, enriching, and fun environment of youth sports and activities for the children in our community. We do understand that there are inquiries or requests for documentation regarding our organization's activities and operations throughout the seasons. We would like to assure you that we are committed to transparency and have no reservations in sharing records or responding to requests from the ITID board. Per our service provider agreement, everything is turned in to our Parks and Recreation Director. We do strive to provide accurate information to any such requests as best we can, and sincerely hope that these inquiries are made with the intention of strengthening our relationship and not highlighting imperfections, as well as continuing our service and providing youth sports for the community. Retaining our service provider agreement is not merely about maintaining the status quo. It is about continuing to provide opportunities for our youth to excel. We have seen remarkable progress in our young athletes, not only in their athletic abilities, but also in their confidence, leadership skills, and sense of belonging, as more and more of our athletes who have aged out have now come back to volunteer on our own sports boards and or have started actually to coach themselves. Disrupting this positive trajectory would be a disservice to our community. Additionally, our organization has established valuable partnerships within the community, fostering a sense of unity and support. Our partnership with Christ Fellowship has not only enriched our youth programs, but has also enhanced our organization's reputation as a community-oriented entity. In conclusion, the decision to retain our SPA for providing youth sports should not be taken lightly. It is a commitment to the future of our community, ensuring that our youth continue to benefit from the transformative power of sports. We shouldn't overlook the tremendous impact our volunteers have had on the lives of our young athletes and the broader community. Together, we can continue to provide our youth with the tools they need to succeed, both on and off the field. Let us make the choice that is in the best interest of our youth and our community's future. In the end, we did have about an estimated 1,000 kids in all of our sports combined. And again, I reiterate, but we already mentioned that the 6 months will not be enough, but we are willing to meet with you guys to do any workshops and, of course, to revise anything that needs to be revised in our agreement, in the service provider agreement. So, and then, of course, thank you for your attention and your consideration.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
So 9 months.
I think the 6 is, I think that, because we want it to where, but when they're collecting for their fall registration, I would like to have the SBA done, yeah. I don't want it, because
But
then
you
it
said
kinda
6
hinders
months
me.
will be in the middle of co-ed flag, or?
Right, but it
Yes,
shouldn't, it's not here, it's not to disrupt or say, okay, all of a sudden, we're like, no SBA, you're not doing it in 6 months.
Right.
We're saying that in 6 months, we'd like to have the SBA put together and have it work.
That gives
have
us
it
a
worked
deadline
on.
to have it done.
Right, 'cause
Reworked and reworded and.
I
Yeah.
don't want it to interrupt your fall registration, because I know when timelines are. My kids played there. I understand that you guys start collecting money in March for a program that starts in August. So I understand that, and I don't want to interrupt that, and I do want to make sure that we have everything tied up before you would start getting into that situation. So I think the 6 months is a fair.
The one thing that I think we've talked about, I've talked with you guys about it, we need to implement a non-resident fee.
We did speak about it, and I believe we were waiting on, I think, on a map or some sort of zoning of how we can do our pricing compared to residents to non-residents.
Right.
I think that's what we were waiting on.
That's something we
can do workshop-wise too.
Right, but through the chair. So with that, that would be, that fee would come back to Indian Trails, correct?
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause-
That was something that we had talked about, but it's been a little bit complicated, and it is going to be a little bit extra administrative work, but it's common. If you go anywhere else, you have to pay a non-resident fee, and so we kind of talked about it, but we've not implemented it in certain things because that's supposed to come back for a park workshop as well. But that is one thing that I want to see, because I think that also brings some money back to the district to offset some of the increasing expenses. I don't know if you guys paid attention, but we've got a fantastic new landscape contract, and they're going to do amazing things, hopefully. And we also have a turf field coming. So we've got to try to collect some money, and that's one way that we can do it, is through the non-resident fees. So I don't know if there's some way that we can create, like maybe an Excel database where they have the addresses, not necessarily the people, but the addresses that are within the district, so they can search that and be able to see. I mean, I know we have like the data from the tax appraiser.
Yeah, I mean, not to get into a lot of detail, but non-resident meaning units that don't pay included in the non-resident as
That are
well?
not paying in the parks and recreation and also outside of the
of
boundaries
course.
of the
Yep.
district, yeah.
Through the chair, as a suggestion, a lot of the cities and municipalities use programs like Civic Rec and Rec Track. That program, if we had it in-house, could take on the registration and be able to separate the non-residents and resident fees, and we could actually collect it potentially in-house, and then,
Well, before we even get into any of that, because that's an
or
expensive.
they
Workshop,
can,
Or, yeah.
I
or it
just
is a
want-
program they
I
can.
just
Let's-
want to say, for 2 years, I've been asking that we get this
Yeah.
going. This is an opportunity. This is something that I think the rest of the board also would like to see happen. We were saying probably 5 years ago, we're heading in this direction. We're going to need to get there, but we haven't gotten there yet. So, we can talk about that some more, but that's definitely something that I would like to see get implemented. And if we can look at ways to do that where it's not cumbersome or expensive. Now, the other question I had for you is the $10,000. I know in the past, the organization has relied on the $10,000 to offset expenses for jerseys, and is it going to hurt you if you don't get any of those funds? If it's delayed for 6 months, or?
I would have to speak to our sports presidents just to see how their own sports are going.
Okay.
I have a relative idea, but I mean, I don't think a couple months won't hurt.
Yeah, 6 months, so, okay. All right, and then the only other thing that, this original agreement was revised in March of 2019. I'm just wondering how we got to September of 2023.
Because it gets extended automatically every 2 years.
I know, but then that would have been 2021. So,
19, 21,
so is this
21,
expired
23.
already? Because somewhere it says the date was September 30th, 2021, but it was actually signed.
It's right here.
Yeah, it's.
I have it pulled up on the screen. Under section
The
3.
signed copy that I have in the book says March 2019. And the document that is included from the staff says September 30th, 2023. The term of the First Amendment was extended until September 30th, 2021. I see. Okay,
They're not.
so that's how we ended up at 2023,
Yes.
or September 20th, okay. All right, so we're extending for 6 months, that's my motion.
Second it.
Patty? Well, we still had public comment, don't we?
Right.
Was there more public comment?
Yes, we have more cards. Alex? How do you say this? Torado?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Alex Torado. My address is 15361 94th Street North, West Palm Beach, Florida, 33412. Just really quick, as far as the SBA is concerned and the workshops, I would kindly, if possible, if we could have several workshops to address this. Not I'm not saying several, like a bunch of them, but maybe 2 or 3, because one thing that we all got to understand that a lot of volunteers run this program. And when you bring in new volunteers and you give them a contract like the SPA for them to understand and interpret, it's very hard. You know, so, and I just really would like, if there are going to be workshops to kind of address and revise the SPA, I think it should be done over several times, because during the month of or during the first part of the year, it's very hard for our volunteers, because they're not only on boards, but they're also coaching several teams, and a lot of their time is really taken up from working full-time jobs, and by the time they end practice, it's 9:30. So there's going to be a lot of our volunteers are really committed to our co-ed program, and that's one of our biggest programs. So I just kindly ask if we do have workshops, if it could be more than one, to kind of address and go over the SPA and make it very, how can I say, just transparent and easy to understand. And so to whoever comes onto the boards they can read the SPA and know exactly what they need to do to comply with anything that Indian Trails asks. So that's just my only suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Joseph Calucio?
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to be quick because we've all been here a long time. My name is Joseph Caluccio. I live at 6090 140th Avenue North. I have two children, ages 8 and 11, that play with Acreage Athletic League, and I can tell you that this organization is a true asset to this community. To us, this is a tight-knit community organization filled with dedicated coaches and volunteers. To me and my wife, this feels like a second family. This is something that is amazing for our kids to be a part of. It keeps them off the streets and out of trouble. It keeps them healthy, focused, motivated. It gives them something to look forward to. Acreage Athletic League is a true asset to this community, and to see our kids growing with this organization, it's amazing to watch, and we hope to continue seeing it for years to come. Whatever amendments need to be made to ensure the continuation of this league, please ensure that they are done seamlessly and non-disruptive to our children's season. Please consider giving us the 9-month extension. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Stacy Marino?
It's lucky she doesn't have her maiden name.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Situas Marino, hyphenated. I live at 17773 90th Street North in Loxahatchee. In addition to what you've just heard, a 9-month extension seems reasonable, just so the seamless transition works for all of our athletes. I have 5 young boys that are participating currently, 7 children altogether, 6 of which have been participating with the AL over the last 15 years. In the beginning of it, when we were first part of the AL, it seemed, a lot of adjustment and a lot of new people, new faces. This time around with my young boys, with football, I've enjoyed pretty much a very, very family-based organization. I have been thrilled to meet new friends. My sons, who are homeschooled, all of their friends are in the sports world right now, and our community seems warm and friendly, and I've appreciated all the effort that has gone into seeing this organization grow. I have been asked to participate in the basketball board, as well as the tackle football. I have been overwhelmed with the amount of work that I see our presidents and our leaders in these different sports perform. It is a lot of work and something I couldn't take on personally, and I'm proud to serve on these boards in any way possible. As you can simplify these SPAs that you're speaking with so that all of us that are new can understand the requirements and be able to participate and help out and fill in these gaps for all of our very hardworking coaches and leaders. That would be appreciated. And again, asking for the 9 months just so it can be very seamless, so we can explain everything that needs to be explained and continue all the hard work that the AL is putting in. Thank you for your time.
That's all of the cards that I have.
That's it. Motion still stand, or does?
What was my motion now?
6 months. I still think 6 months is fair for what I'm thinking. I mean, if it winds up that we can't resolve it within 6 months, then we
That's
can
on
extend
us.
it another 2 months, but from what I'm thinking and getting the SPA together, I don't think it needs an 8 or 9 month. I feel like that would actually hinder.
Delay it.
I think that would actually hinder your program versus helping it, because that kind of keeps you in limbo that much longer. Whereas if we can get this done in 6 months, everything's decided and fixed, and we can move on from there. So,
If we need to amend it, we can.
yeah.
Yeah, I want to stick with the 6 months, not that we can't extend it to 9 months, but we've been kicking this can down the road been on the board 3 years now. It seems like we've been kicking that can down the road for 3 years now. Let's set it at 6 months so we can put our feet to the fire and get it done for all concerned. This isn't, what we're talking about now is not a vote against the athletic league. It's just a vote to, let's make it better. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Clarify, certainly.
the
Yeah.
contract itself, so that everybody understands the regs.
Got it?
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, we did.
One more
Did
thing.
you say vote? Didn't?
Michael?
Aye.
I just have a quick question. Will the Acreage Athletic League Executive Board be invited into, like, whatever
All the
workshops you guys have?
I think the work,
To-
definitely. Absolutely. We
To
want
work
you here
together
to
to
work it.
revise anything, that way we can tell you, I mean, obviously you can tell us what we need to work on, and we, you know, we can provide our feedback as well.
Oh, definitely.
That's the whole purpose of this, I think, Wendy. I
Definitely.
mean, truly, that's
Through
the
the
whole
chair, I
purpose.
think
Yes,
a
sir.
lot of it is gonna start, maybe not tomorrow,
The legal
but within-
document,
Yeah,
yeah.
so you're gonna be involved in it long before they ever get to a workshop.
Yeah.
Because
But I do think the workshop is good once we have the legal document, so we all understand, and then, you know, I like what Alex was saying about having several meetings, but some of those are, you know, if you want your sport boards individually to be educated on what the requirements are, I think that's something that park staff can work with and attend your meetings or your sport board meetings and do that so that you're going to them and accommodating their schedule rather than.
We'll meet them right on the field.
Yeah, yeah.
Burgess, you were saying something. Do you want to finish?
No, I
Okay.
was just gonna say, I don't think this even has to be overly complicated where you have to have multiple workshops at this level. I think what you just suggested is much better,
Yeah.
so, because we wanna, like Kenny said earlier, we wanna simplify it,
Yeah.
and that's what
I do want to ask
mission
staff
is.
that, like, the level of detail that you get into for chapter 119, right? So if it's including email communication and that kind of thing, how can we simplify it so that it's not an onerous task? Because I know prior to us having the capture, you know, program where it just searches and gets, when we get a public records request, having to personally take the time, I think prior to us having that, I had a request for essentially 1 year's worth of documents back to when I was elected, the day I was elected. Every social media conversation, I mean, I spent hours and hours and hours and hours putting this stupid thing together, and then, of course, the person that requested it never even bothered to come and pick it up, you know? So, and the thing is that these public records laws, when it's the district, we have staff to take care of it. And we have the ability to charge for our staff time to do it to the person that's requesting it. For a volunteer organization, when there's public records requests, it is an onerous task, and they don't have paid staff. These are volunteers, and they're already using every waking minute that they have. I've seen them. I have to give kudos. I know I've done it before, but like, there are so many volunteers out there that are just so incredible in our community. Both of my sons play football, and you know, they started in soccer in AYSO. But the Toronto family in particular always stands out to me because everywhere you turn there's a Toronto, and they're doing something, and they live at the park. They're in basketball, they're at the field every time you go. So anyway, these are volunteers, and so we need to hopefully assist them in whatever requirements there are here, something that's a very simple process so that somebody can push a button and here you go. Because if it's something that's onerous, that's where it's going to be a problem, because these are volunteers. They don't have the time and they don't have the money to pay for a public records clerk like we have. So I just want to state that. Then that could be a financial burden on the residents in the community that are participating, because now they got to raise fees in order to pay for somebody to manage all of this.
Or get legal representation because they're going to be arrested.
Yeah.
Because it's criminal offense.
That's fine,
And that's why
but-
Frank is
Again,
so focused
I want to
on it.
keep in mind that these are volunteers, and if there is a way that we can set it up.
That's why we said what we said.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Bob, real quick.
And it's actually not that, it'd be a fine, it's not going to jail, I mean,
Just 30 seconds. Bob Morgan, Acreage Landowners Association, 13784 67th Street North. Should I expect the same, or will we have ours also redone again, or, because we had ours redone about a year or two ago.
yours was already rewritten,
Yours
but
is up
apparently.
in 2025,
Okay, so,
September 30th.
so there's no legal issues with ours as compared to what
Mary?
the AAL's is?
We haven't looked, I haven't looked at that like we're looking at the,
Acreage.
the
Okay.
acreage.
Yeah.
Landowners Association.
All right, and just real quick note, we had to cancel our concert series because we didn't get any sponsors. We can use $10,000 though.
Just to address that.
Thanks, Bob.
I don't think in the ALA, you're not giving them public tax dollars. In the case of the AAL, because the district gives them tax dollars, whether, even though it's only 10,000, it's a different level that they would look at. So that's why.
I thought there was a difference in, we're not paying for it, it's a sponsorship.
But it's still
Money's given,
public
public money.
money, tax money. They don't, whenever it gets to that level, they don't. Again, I'm trying to not make, it's not a big deal. That's why we want to get this
Cleaned up.
because it's simple. It should be simple. And this is not simple. It's in here.
Just, you're gonna need to write a card.
My name's Andy Slusher. I live at 6434 Mandarin Boulevard, Loxahatchee. I'm one of the volunteers that you speak of. I've started volunteering for 4 years now with AAL, and all I can say is great things with AAL. I don't know the terms that you guys are speaking of. I was never really presented with it, but I can tell you from watching it on my side of the end and doing what I do is that they've been doing everything legally. My son has been playing with them for 4 years, and I would not go anywhere else. So I do have one question for you. If you do not renew AAL, who are you renewing it to? Has that been talked about?
We would have to probably put it out there for people to come out.
Okay,
with
but
it.
like who? Because
We
I
don't
don't
have a
want
group.
to play for anybody else but AAL. And if you do not give it back to AAL, then you are forcing an Acreage resident to leave Loxahatchee and go somewhere else. And I thought the whole point was to keep Loxahatchee in Loxahatchee. No? Okay. I'm a working parent. I work 40+ hours, and I still volunteer tons of times. So I barely have enough time to make it to practice at 6 p.m. living out here. So I would never be able to make it somewhere else with my son, so then he would be forced not to play, and that's not fair to him. Or other kids who will be in my situation as well. So just please consider that as well on that aspect of renewing AAL, so people don't leave Loxahatchee.
Is there a risk of us not renewing the agreement? I thought what I heard is that we're just making
I think we're looking at doing an
legal
SBA,
updates.
and hopefully we can come to terms with everything.
Yeah. Yes.
Some people get, I guess this is getting the wrong impression. It's like, nobody wants to get rid of the ALA. It's not like we're gonna fire our local landscape company and hire a new landscape company. This is just to go through the legal agreements and make sure we're all on the same page and simplify it. Yeah, maybe it's not called the Acreage Athletic League. It might be called the Torno or the last name's Athletic. I don't know. Nobody's getting rid of it. We're just trying to put it more black and white.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. Anything else? You good?
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, it's very
Thank you, Wendy.
moving on to the consent agenda. I think we had one more real quick, Penny. Oh, announcement.
What are we doing?
This is a quick announcement.
Well, my name's Onan Perez. I live at, 17147 Valencia Boulevard, here in Locks. Yeah, Florida 33470. My partner's Freddie. Naranjo, what's your address?
13390 62nd Court North, literally right 2 streets.
And then Andrew Crazen, your address?
It's my address.
But we just want to do events out here. Like, I've been a resident now, September 17th is going to make 7 years. And for 7 years, I've been asking for it. And it's just, I don't know what is the loopholes or what I have to go through to actually be able to do events. Like, for example, I don't understand why I have to drive an hour to Port St. Lucie tomorrow, well, Saturday, to do an event for Port St. Lucie if I have Acreage Park right here and I could do the same event that I could do at Port St. Lucie here. You know, I do all the Royal Palms events and it sucks. Like, it's fun for me, but it sucks that I can't do it here. You know, and that's all I'm asking is to be able to do events here in our local community. And again, I've been asking forever. I've been mentoring him in the bounce house thing too, because I want him to be. Andrew started also doing bounce houses. We are 3 local competitors. I don't say competitors, we're all friends, but we just want to work together and make events out here. So that's all the question I have is how can I be able to call Kenny or somebody and be like, hey, is November 14th available? No, yes, okay, let me go do an event for the kids out here. And that's basically it.
Yes, Keith.
Just call Kenny and talk with him, and then we'll get together and see if the park's available for you to do a special permit to use the park. So
I think he's wanting to be hired.
No, I don't, it's not even hired. Do you guys even, because I remember way back when you guys used to do the chili cook-off, then that stopped. You know,
That's
why
the
can't-
Acreage Landowners Association, which you're fully aware they have events, Onan. You've been to them.
Yes,
You
I know,
actually-
that, I sponsored them all every time when we did the bounce houses, that I get. But I just wanna be able to do the same thing that they do. I wanna be able for us three to bring our stuff together and be like, okay, let's get Acreage
Why
Park.
aren't you supporting the Acreage Landowners Association, working with them?
That's fine too, I could get them involved.
Because I know I've responded to you and I've given you that information and then nothing. So, not to be argumentative, but you're saying that you've been asking for 7 years, and for 7 years I've been saying the same thing. We have the Landowners Association, we have the Acreage Athletic League. You could go to the Acreage Athletic League and volunteer to do a fun day for them at their events on Saturdays. They have the park, they have games, there's all kinds of people out there, that's good advertisement for you, you know? But in terms of actually doing an event with a water slide, we talked about that. We don't permit water slides in our parks,
That's fine.
you know? So I think that staff was actually, maybe you can, Kenny, what you told me?
So what was kind of presented last minute is they've offered their services. And since the events weren't pulled tonight, that was what we're actually going to kind of
I'm
discuss.
sorry to interrupt here, but we got a couple more things we need to go over, and you and I have got a long day tomorrow in West Palm. And this, we're beyond public comment, we can deal with this because the whole parks policy that we're working on
yeah.
will address all of this. So without
So in
belaboring
the
it, and I
meantime-
apologize, but.
In the meantime, they can be invited to the 2 events that ITID is hosting.
Yeah.
And I urge you to support the Acreage Landowners Association and Acreage Athletic League and talk with them and work with them for opportunities to do things with them. But we don't pay for events. We try not to use taxpayer dollars to have special events.
And that's fine. That's what we're asking is for us to do those events. You know, not for y'all to pay for them.
Kenny, you'll get with
Their
them.
information.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Onam, too, for all the volunteering. You have had your company there for several events, and the people have always appreciated when the bounce houses are there.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the following consent agenda items, 9.1 through 9.18?
To the chair.
Yes.
Do I need to disclose? Because we got Santa Rosa. No.
You know, because you're a resident of Santa Rosa Grove, you have no, you don't
Okay, I
have a
just want to make
conflict,
sure.
but
Okay.
thank you for bringing it up.
Of course. Okay, I'll make a motion. Approve.
And who made the second?
So I have a second.
Second.
Do I have to list each one?
Mhm.
Do I have to list?
No.
Okay.
Any public comment on consent agenda items? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Through the chair.
Answer?
Yep.
Yes.
So just want to give an update quickly to the board. I'll try to be fast so we don't have to extend the meeting. On Monday, I believe it was Monday evening, yeah, it was Monday evening, I received a telephone call from Representative Rick Roth asking me to bring up to the board tonight the concept that he wants to move forward a local bill to basically shrink or condense the legislative boundaries of the district so it would not include units or any areas that are not activated units that are currently in municipalities, which, as we know, would be Palm Beach Gardens, which is Unit M1S and now part of Unit 19, or a big portion of it, and then, of course, Unit 18, 17 and 14, and I believe there's, or not 14, there's another one that's down in Royal Palm Beach that's deactivated as well. It's entirely up to the board. I told them I'm not going to make any recommendations from a staff perspective on this because there's other potential annexations that we've talked about in the past that could be happening. And I think from what I've gathered tonight, you know, with 19C, you want to have some level of authority over those areas, but it's entirely up to the board to even what you would, or you can each call him back, but I will call him back at sometime tomorrow.
Through the chair. That is not something I would support, I'll tell you right now. There's nothing to bring back, absolutely not.
Through the chair, just for the record, and I know I'm speaking to the choir when I'm saying this to you, but I'm saying it for the record. I asked if anything is going to change, if anything has changed moving into the next, there isn't.
Yep.
Nothing has changed.
I understand.
And secondly, that removing properties from our boundaries without having something else, because those are taxpayers that are receiving benefits from us. We remove them, we can no longer, and by the way, Unit 19C, we just began the activation, and they were the last ones added to our boundaries, right? We expanded our boundaries to include them specifically. So when we had our original bill, it was that it was written in such a way that if the referendum was successful, then the boundaries of the district would be reduced to inside, you know, it wouldn't have overlapping boundaries. You know? And we did a survey for that. So it's, in my opinion, not really understanding what's being proposed, and I don't know what benefit there would be for the district to do that. There's absolutely none. In fact, I think it would hurt us. Yeah. The other thing is that that bill, you know, should be fixed. So
Yeah.
if Mr. Roth would like to do something, then I would request that he run the bill, fixing that bill, which I think we proposed last year.
Yes,
And
he
we
removed.
And he negotiated, made a horse deal, trade deal again, and we got nothing. So I suggest that we run that bill again, if anything, for the local bill. And that would fix the previous bill, but it also would put the Safe Neighborhood Act in there, since everybody's so opposed to us becoming incorporated and having a voice, or at least having a voice, you know?
Yeah. Again, as I said, I was bringing it because he asked me to. I was gonna give him that answer, but it's really the board, not me. But I figured that's what the answer would be, but I at least wanted to bring it on his behalf. Thank you. And, we still have
When
not.
are the local, when are the local bills due?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because.
It's not even that late, Betty. Come on.
Not for nothing, I am tired.
It's October, I believe October 2nd is when they're due.
All right, so can we just pull that other one that we had from last year, change the date and give it to them and say, this is what we want run?
And that's what this board wants.
Yep.
It was prepared.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we just have to change the date. So I make a motion to resubmit that bill.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. I'll send it to him, and then if you select anyone on whatever, October 5th, we'll send it to them as well.
Maybe we look for a partner for sponsorship.
No comment.
All in
Yeah.
favor?
And then,
Apparently we can do that.
State senator
Yeah.
to do it.
Yeah, everybody in favor?
Through the chair,
Yeah.
is there a way that I can get a copy of that bill so I can read it, please? Somebody send that to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fairly simple, so we'll get it to you, yep. And then just last thing,
Do we have to pass?
the equestrian
Oh,
trail.
did you call the vote?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did we say aye? I don't
Remember
remember saying
you-
aye.
I thought you did.
Did you support it?
Yeah, sure.
So it's 5-0.
Yeah.
And is there
I
any
just don't
public
remember
comment?
saying it.
Oh, we have a public comment.
Is there any public comment?
The Safe Neighborhood Act is also going to be on there?
It's the
Yeah.
same bill that we had last year.
Or you're going
that-
with the one that was originally submitted? Because
Right.
it was revised, I think, to take some of those things out. But whatever, whatever.
The one that was on the table.
I know.
When we had to pull it, because it was an either or.
Yeah, to answer the question directly, yes, it did include the Safe Neighborhood Act.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Can you
yeah.
send me a copy of that one too?
I'll send
Yep.
everyone a copy.
Yeah. So, and then, we have been putting up the equestrian signs, and they will continue to go up. Had a couple of calls about wanting them on certain streets, so we're looking at those. And I did inform the person that, you know, some of the streets are not equestrian trails, but that's something that can be brought to the Equestrian Trail Committee in October. So,
Do we have somebody that's colorblind that's looked at these?
yeah. I don't think so.
I'm not trying to offend you.
No, you're not.
But I'm looking at it right now and I'm thinking, if you're colorblind, are you actually seeing that?
You would see it, so, but you might not see it as colorful.
You won't see the
but-
color, but you'll see it.
Yeah, yeah, but you would see the letter and the horse, but really, I wasn't.
you can see the horse.
Going for the 99%
He wanted something
to
that
blow
was-
it up in their face.
Look at, I have
so-
3 boys, all 3 of them are colorblind, so.
Wow,
Really?
that's, wow, so.
Have they
Well,
looked at
then-
it?
Apparently I am too, so.
Can you,
It's inherited by the mother.
so can you see the colors?
Well, I see green and I see red.
There's no
On
grant.
this
So you nailed it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
yeah, it's a unicorn.
That's
That's
right.
right.
I was like, it's a little unicornish, but
Yeah.
I was like, well, it's a word.
Oh my God, Burgess is gonna wanna change the signs now.
Yeah, I'm
does
gonna
it
just
eat?
go
We'll
with
just put the
turquoise
marker.
paint and just paint over the.
The horns.
I thought it looked better than the stick figure horse with the
Yeah,
dog
no,
on the top.
I am not criticizing it.
I know.
We love you, Burgess.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, the point was to use a turquoise so we can use it if we do a horse crosswalk, instead of it being in white, it can be in turquoise, so people start, if they're not colorblind, start, you know, associating turquoise and that with horse trails. And then, let me stop the share so Scarlett can take back over. And then basically, we've not heard back from county engineering, at least I haven't, on 1/20th or anything else. I know some of you, I know Ms. Arya, you've been getting calls about, we want more speed tables on, or they want speed tables on roads that don't have speed tables, so we're gonna have to figure something out that might be different than just speed tables. So, and bring it back to the board. But we will continue to push on that, and other than that, appreciate everything. We have a lot more meetings coming up in the next couple weeks, so thank you. That's all I have.
I got one thing.
I have one thing, but I didn't know if we had supervisor business first.
No, I think it's you.
Oh, okay. All right, I'd be happy to respond. We do have our report, it's been attached, but I would be asking on behalf of the district to have an attorney-client session dealing with the Rosso, the Acreage Community Park litigation.
Through the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to have a shade session on that? Because the board already gave direction, and we don't know yet. We received a letter. We don't know yet where that's gonna go, so that's still, we've already gotten direction from the board. So are we?
I was requested to make to get one.
Yeah.
May I make a suggestion? Can we just go ahead and authorize it in case we need to have it to come back to the board?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it doesn't mean you have to have
do
one,
it.
but.
I just, you know, when we talk about the money that we're spending and legal fees and this and that, this is, every time we have a shade meeting, it's ridiculous waste of time. And there's really.
I understand.
Through the chair, there's a specific reason, because our next meeting is until October 25th, and let's say that Mr. Chavez
I understand, for
comes back.
advertising, yeah.
Yeah, because by state statute,
I have to
attorney
ask
has to bring it up
in
at a
public
regular meeting,
Yeah,
not
that's
at a
fine.
special meeting. So that's why we're doing it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One item, at the last board meeting, the PFASs were brought up, they're pre or polyfluoroalkyline substances, the new thing the EPA is gonna regulate, and they're talking about parts per trillion. I just want to give you an idea what that means. A standard pool is 13,000 gallons, typically between 10 and 15,000. A drop in that pool, it would take 984,207,064 drops to fill a standard size pool. That's essentially 1 part per billion. If you're talking about a part per trillion, it's 1 drop in 1,000 pools. 1 drop in 1,000 pools. So that's the type of concentration that these new regulations, proposed regulations, are 4 of them are 1 part per trillion and 2 of them are 4 parts per trillion. So
I was gonna say, what is this?
What's the purpose?
these substances, as Chris Carr said last meeting, are very persistent, they don't break down, and they are a threat to health. So I just wanted to give you an idea of the level of concentration that may be required for the utilities to treat. Very difficult to remove them. I didn't want to get into a big conversation about PFAS. I just want to give you an idea what a part per trillion really means. 1 drop in 10,000 standard house pools.
I guess I'm trying to understand the relevance, and are you saying that there's a risk of certain things perhaps being in our canals that 1 drop and
I haven't done a tremendous amount of research. There's thousands of these PFASs around, and they're being discovered. Like the Teflon, I think it was, on frying pans. They found that they're carcinogenic. Therefore, they regulate them. Most of them have been taken out of production.
I knew there was a reason I didn't like that stuff.
But
cast iron is better.
Again, I didn't want to enter into the big conversation about them, but I thought that you appreciate how small a quantity that is.
So is this something that they're gonna have us start testing for and removing?
Apparently, the regulation will be passed down to the water treatment plants, not to wells. And although they will not put blame on the water treatment, you would be then required to treat for these facilities, and that could be these elements, and you could be quite expensive.
Is this coming from the federal government?
Yes.
Government?
Yes.
Why did Chris Karsh bring this up anyway?
He was talking about the millings.
It was in relation to millings, and he was saying that the foam sprayed on airport runways could have had foam on them, and foams have these PFASs in them. So there was a possibility that the millings came from the airport, which then came to us, which then is on our roads.
And his point really was, we don't know where they're coming from.
We don't. We get millings, but there is no trace of the source. Again, I didn't mean to bring it into that depth of a conversation. Just wanted to give you an idea of what 1 part per trillion is.
And
I
how
need
would
to do
someone
some
find
research
it?
on this.
How would someone find that it's there?
Right? How do you know that it's that one spec?
20 years ago, we didn't have the technology we do now.
So you're saying in 20 years, they'll be able to detect it?
No, we can detect it now.
Yeah, the 20 years is here.
It's like the ability to detect a virus. 20, 30 years ago, we couldn't detect something like COVID.
I was gonna say, they
So
can
can
detect
y'all,
it in the water system.
can y'all check the millings
Right,
before
isn't
we
that
put it
scary?
down?
You don't want to try to do that.
All right, I just have one thing to report. And we did skip over supervisor business, Mary, so you were right. But, so I just want to report that, and this is something that I think is really important, especially if people live in Loxahatchee Groves, but I think it could have an impact on our community. But Loxahatchee Groves is currently working on adopting new ULDC requirements for recreation vehicles. Primarily their focus, they had a pilot project that was for trailers where it was to resolve the issue of in season, when you have people come from Wellington, they're looking for places to live. They were permitted through a permitting process with the town to get, I think it was up to a 6-month permit to reside on somebody's property in a trailer. And I think there were other requirements, like you had to have proper hookups, and I think you were allowed 2?
Depending on the size
Yeah.
of the acreage.
So now it seems that there's a propensity from the board, or a desire from the board, I'm not sure where it's actually coming from. They do have a problem, and they've always historically had a problem with, I don't know how you call it, but some illegal living situations, let's just say that. There's always been some trailers, there's always been some mobile homes that, like, in the trailers you can't move, they're decrepit, anyway. And that was never addressed through code enforcement. And then they attempted to do this temporary permit, which actually seemed to be successful. People respected it, from what I understood. Anyway, now they're looking at, on 5 acres, allowing 4 trailers where people can live in it. One of them would be for up to a year, and the other 3 would be 6 months. And if you're bona fide ag, you would also be permitted up to 2 caretakers residents, but they have to be caretakers and you have to prove that. Anyway, that's increasing the density potentially like tenfold. And there were comments that were brought to the attention of the council. You know, that was already pointed out to them, but there's some serious implications of this that could really affect not just Loxahatchee Groves, but even our area. So if you have friends that you know that live in Loxahatchee Groves, it might be worthwhile alerting them, because I know that several people I've spoken to today had no clue, no clue that this was going on. They said, "Oh no, we always had the, you know, in-season permit for equestrian." No, this is completely different, and this is going in a direction that will destroy the character of the town like nothing. And I'm not trying to be doomsday, but I'm just saying it's horrible, and it will have a negative impact on us as well. I think that, you know, people will think if I can do it there, they can do it here. And we already actually have it going on here, but it's not to the degree that's being proposed here. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and it totally changed from the workshop that I went to.
And that was the other thing, they had a workshop to get community input, and I know that the community seemed to embrace the idea of, you know, we should be able to have temporary and that kind of thing, but,
One or two on
yeah.
temporary, yep.
Yeah.
In a very, yeah, but anyway. that's-
Oh, and the roads are falling apart because they didn't do them right. So that's the report from the meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's 11, you made it before 11.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, they
Receiving.
Oh, shoot, there's a cricket. I know they talk, but did y'all actually receive and file?
Wait a minute.
Receive and file.
Reconvene?
I made a comment earlier.
Mary, what do we need to do?
We'll just do a motion to